We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
And a very good Friday evening to everybody out there, and thank you for watching the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. My name is Tony Calderon, and I will be taking you through the first hour, and then your host Ray Taylor will be in at 9 p.m. Eastern to take you all the way to 1 a.m., and we have a loaded show for you tonight. I've done something very special in the first hour, so if you are lucky enough to be tuned in for the first hour, you are going to have the chance to collect. As you see on your screen, our first slot is going to be a 2-for-1 money on the Picassos from his very famous series that he worked on with the Nobel Prize winning author Sila. We'll talk all about that in just a minute. After that, I have a 2-for-1 money on a Andre Leon Varel originals. One is of the courthouse in Paris, and one is of Notre Dame. One was done in 1921, and one was done in 1930. After that, I'm going to have a 2-for-1 on the world-famous, highly historically important Henri Matisse lithographic portfolio called Themes and Variations. Then when Ray comes in at 9 o'clock, he's going to start the set with an original acrylic painting by Farrah Fortnum. Then he'll have a Leonardo da Vinci from the 1716 French edition. After that, we'll have a hand-signed Dali from the Seven Deadly Sins. Then we have a hand-signed Peter Max. After the Peter Max, we have a monumental original offset lithograph hand-signed by Murakami. After that, we have a Mad Charcoal Giclée of archival pigments, one of his religious scenes, one of the very popular pieces. Then we have a Kef original mixed media work with diamond dust under resin. Then a hand-signed Shepherd Fairy. Then we have one of our finest Navarro pieces. We are really busting out the major works by Navarro. Wait till you see this Navarro coming up later this evening. Then we have another Henri Matisse later tonight, an original etching from 1892 by Claude Monet, an Albrecht Dürer woodcut from the 1860s, and we're going to end the show with one of our last lifetime 1985 Jean-Michel Basquiat's. So we have a phenomenal show for you tonight. I hope everybody can sit back, relax, and bid on some art or just enjoy the show. I'm going to show you a quick video about Pablo Picasso, and I'll be right back to tell you all about this set of Picassos from 1960.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural centre of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods: his Blue Period and his Rose Period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the auction started. And we have a great opportunity for a Picasso collector, or any art collector, really. And like I've said before, if you don't have a Picasso in your collection, this is your chance to put not one, but two for one bid. This is not a high bidder's choice. One bid wins the pair. And this is from the famous 1960 collaboration that Picasso did with his good friend, Camilo Jose Sila, which was a Nobel laureate, a Nobel-winning literary author for his poetry. Him and Picasso were from the same small area of Spain, and hence the reason why that they got along so well and collaborated on many works after 1958. Very famous portfolio. It's called the Stories Without Love, and it's a poem book that the poems were written by Sila, the Nobel Prize-winning author, and Picasso did 32 original lithographs that illustrate Sila's poetry. And these were actually created in 1960 and released in 1962. So this is one of the 3 major collaborations that Sila and Picasso worked on together. And it's a very interesting story. But I will say this at the beginning of this. I'm looking for about $2,000 to $4,000 each. It would be my auction estimate on these. Now, we have sold them for more in the past. I believe a single individual image from this portfolio has sold for about $6,000 about 10 years ago on the show. But right now I'm giving you, like I said, I would put my auction estimate at $2,000 to $4,000 each. So putting it in perspective, if you could get these for $4,000 for the pair, you're doing very well. Anything under that, you're doing phenomenally well. This is a very famous collaboration, a very famous work by Picasso in conjunction with his friend Sila. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about them and how they got together and how their relationship developed. Sila traveled to Cannes on August 1st, 1958, with the intention of meeting Picasso to propose. Sila wrote a very famous magazine in Spain from 1952 up until 1976. And he wanted to do a whole issue on Pablo Picasso. So he traveled to Cannes, where Picasso was living at the time in 1958, to meet with Picasso and see if he could do a feature in his cultural magazine about Pablo Picasso. The magazine was published in Palma de Mallorca, and he was the director and writer of the magazine. Now, funny thing is, it was Joan Miró, who already had started an issue of this publication, who provided Picasso's contact information to Sila. So it was actually Joan Miró, the other famous Spanish artist from the 20th century, that set Picasso and Sila up for their first meeting. Miró gave him Picasso's information, and told him how to get a hold of him. The writer actually moved to the French city of Cannes, despite the fact that the first attempts to get close to the Picasso were not fruitful. As soon as they did, they instantly hit it off. Sila's, being from where Picasso was born, was attracted to Picasso's artistic style, and being from the same small town in Spain, they hit it off immediately. And hence, they would start a collaboration. It would start a friendship that would go all the way up until Picasso actually passed away. They would work on 3 different collaborations. I've got a $200 opener. Thank you for the bid. Once again, guys, you are bidding on the pair. One bid wins both. One bid wins both. That's very important. It's not a high bidder's choice. So one bid takes home both from the famous Stories Without Love, the poetry written by Camilo Jose Sila. He was a Nobel Prize-winning author and poet. And Picasso did 32 original lithographs to illustrate the poems of Sila in the book, or the story titled Stories Without Love. Together with the editors in collaboration, they worked on 8 different projects between 1960 and 1968. And it was actually Jacqueline, Picasso's wife, and Sila's wife that really progressed the relationship of the 2 artists together and pushed forward all those different collaborations they would do over the next 10 years. So once again, you're talking about a world-famous portfolio by Pablo Picasso. So let's go ahead and show the cert on this. So you got Pablo Picasso, Spanish artist, 1881 to 1973, and the title is The Prophetess. Original lithograph in colors on wove paper, signed by the artist on the stone. First date, first printing, the plates executed in Cannes, France on June 13th, 1960. And I will try to slide that out and show you the second cert. Both from the same portfolio, so all the information is exactly the same, except for the title. And the title on this one translates roughly to The Weary Warrior. So let's go back to the art. So once again, you're bidding on both. They are perfectly presented the same size, wonderful bookends for any Picasso collection. And I'm only at $300. That's $150 each. Like I said, I'm looking for easily $2,000 to $4,000 each on the pair. So if you could get these under $3,000 for the pair, you are hitting a major home run. And like I said, the clock is already ticking. We're going to move a little bit quicker through the beginning of the show tonight so I can get all of our lots in this evening. We got a loaded show for you, and we are kicking it off, starting the week off with a major collection, 2-for-1 money on the original Pablo Picasso lithographs. That is very key. Original lithograph. What does that mean? That means the hand of Picasso in 1960 in Cannes, France, drew the lithographs, the stones himself, and they were printed under his supervision. So the difference between an original lithograph and an after would be the artist hired somebody else to do the lithography and then approved it. But these are actually original Picasso lithographs. Very well documented, the whole portfolio, the whole project, very famous. It's not hard to find information about the portfolio online if you want to delve deeper into it. But once again, anytime you have a chance to collect original Picasso lithographs, and like I said, these are very well known, very well documented, highly famous portfolio, a collaboration work between the famous French writer, Camilo Jose Sila, and obviously one of the most famous people to ever live, one of the greatest artists in history, Pablo Picasso. So when you get 2 geniuses together from the same place in Spain that shared very similar values and outlooks on life and the world, this is what you get. You get these masterpiece Pablo Picassos. And yes, I know they are very simplistic, but that is what Picasso was doing at the time. He was going back to that minimalist style. This is the later part of his career. He would pass away in 1973, I believe, that he passed away. So you only have about 13 more years of work under his belt. So this is a very late stage Picasso. And by 1960, Picasso was absolutely one of the top 5 most famous people on the planet. So you're talking about a collaboration between a Nobel Prize winning author, Jose Sila, and one of the world's most most famous artists in history, Pablo Picasso. And I'm only at a $600 bid. These have my highest recommendations. I cannot stress that enough. You are collecting not one, but two original lithographs by the hand of. That is very key. The stones were executed by the hand of none other than Pablo Picasso. So these are not afters. There's nothing wrong with collecting afters. And there are several different definitions of after when you're talking about the word in art. After can mean done after the artist's death. But the use of the word after is when an artist would hire out a lithographer or an etcher or an engraver to make the work, and then they would supervise and approve it. This is not the case here. These are original Pablo Picasso old school stone lithography. And once again, they are illustrations of his good friend and Nobel Prize winning author Jose Sila's poetry. And Picasso did 32 different illustrations for this 1960 portfolio, which was actually released in 1962 for sale. And these have been exhibited, the portfolios have been exhibited at Picasso Museum in Spain and many other museums across the world. So you are bidding on a very famous, well-documented, historically important work by none other than the maestro himself, Pablo Picasso. And I'm only at $800. That's $400 each, guys. You got a lot of wiggle room here. I'm gonna ask for a 1 more minute clock, and I will drop the hammer, but you've got thousands of dollars of margin on these. Like I said at the beginning of the presentation, my auction estimate on an individual print from this portfolio would be about $2,000 to $4,000. So when you're getting the pair, you could times that by 2. So if you get these under $4,000 for the pair, you are well under the auction estimate at any auction house, which they would put the auction estimate. I'm being very conservative. Like I said, we have sold the images for more than $4,000 over the years. I'm trying to be very conservative and say $2,000 to $4,000 on each. So like I said, if you're under $4,000, you're doing very well. Anything under $2,000 for the pair, you are hitting a major home run collecting original. That is the key. Original, first state, first printing, first edition, by the hand of none other than our friend and the great artist, one of the greatest artists of all time. Not going out on a limb there. I'm sure every art historian and art critic has Picasso at least in their top 3 of artists of all time. I'm not going out on a limb or putting myself out there by saying that. But once again, I'm under $1,000 for the pair, guys. Please do not be a late bidder on these. I promise you, you are not even scratching the surface of the value. And once again, you're talking about a very historically important, significant, well-documented portfolio. Pablo Picasso's illustrations of Camilo Jose Sila's world-famous poetry. The collaboration, they would collaborate on 8 different projects from 1958 till about 1968. So once again, you are in very good company. You're doing very well. I cannot believe I'm not even at $1,000 for the pair. That's not even I'm at $425 on each. That is pretty impressive. I got $900. Now you're at $450 each. This is the time. You do not want to be a late bidder. Pick up your phone if you're interested. I'm going to drag my feet for a couple more seconds to get you guys a chance to get in. But this is very, very, very low. And I've got, what are we looking at? I've got $950 or I got $1,000? I've got $1,000 bid. Now I'm at $500 each. $500 each. You are winning, guys. You are winning big time. I've got $1,000 looking for a $100 bid. We're not even at $1,000 each. I'm at $500 each. I've got $1,100. Thank you for your bid. I got $11 looking for $12. I've got $1,100 looking for a $1,200 bid for the pair. Give me a shot of both of them together. What a great presentation, framed identically. You are collecting 2 images from the 1960 world-famous, historically significant portfolio illustrated by Pablo Picasso, by the hand of Pablo Picasso, and the poetry written by Camilo Jose Cela. Guys, that is a world-famous collaboration, historically significant, and you are pennies on the dollar. That's $550 each. I've got $1,100 going once. I've got $1,100 going twice. You are doing very well, but I've got to drop the hammer. I got last call, fair warning on the pair of Picassos. Fair and final. Anybody else? $1,100 going once. $1,100 going twice. Wow, lucky bidder. You're in the right place at the right time. Sold. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have another You're Bidding on the Pair. Now this is for my astute Andre Leon Varel collectors out there. I saw these paintings together. My graphics, could you add 1921? The painting of Notre Dame is from 1921. The other one is from 1930. So if we could just throw that on the graphics. Just wanted to be clear that they're not from the same year. The painting of Notre Dame is from 1921. The painting of the famous French courthouse or the Palace of Justice in France is from 1930. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware. One was done in 1921, one was done in 1930. Perfect, thank you for that. So what are we looking at here? You're looking at a pair of original oil paintings, both on board, from Andre Leon Varel, which was one of the most decorated French artists in the history of art, especially in the 20th century. The first half of the 20th century, and especially between 1920 and about 1943, this was one of the most decorated, recognized artists in the Parisian art scene. And that is saying a lot if you think about the artists that were active in the Parisian art scene between 1920 and 1943. This gentleman won multiple medals at the Paris Salon. He exhibited at the Salon of Independent Artists from 1920 to 1928. So let's talk about the Paris Salon for just a minute. So the Paris Salon is one of the oldest and most prestigious art shows in the history of mankind. It was started by Louis XIV in 1668, and it has been held every year in Paris in February from 1668 all the way to present day. All those years, 300 and something plus years, it's only missed 2 years in that span of time. Now you might think to yourself, well, World War I, World War II, the Nazi occupation of Paris would seem like a reasonable time for them to not hold the Paris Salon. Well, that's not true. They actually, all through World War I, all through the Nazi occupation of Paris, the actual Nazis still allowed them to hold the Paris Salon. It was only 2 years that they didn't hold the Salon, and that was because of a French labor dispute that shut it down for 2 consecutive years. So not even a world war, no natural disaster. It was a French labor dispute that was actually the reason why the only 2 years since 1668 that they didn't hold the Paris Salon. Now, what makes the Paris Salon so special? Well, every artist around the world wants to exhibit there. That's one big reason. But the other reason is, unlike a lot of our art shows in the US, like the Art Expos in New York or Art Basel in Miami, I can name a bunch of them. Those art shows, if you have enough money, you can go rent a space and show your artwork. The Paris Salon is a juried exhibition. So if you want to exhibit at the Paris Salon, you must send your portfolio to them. I've got a $500 opener, and that's on the pair, guys, once again. And we're going to get into why these are so historically significant in a minute. So you have to submit your portfolio, then you have to go in front of the jury and be judged into the salon before you can exhibit there. No amount of money can buy your way in. You have got to go through the jury process. So they get tens of thousands of submissions every year, and they only pick between 400 and 600 artists to exhibit every February at the Paris Salon. So if you ever exhibited at the Paris Salon, just that on your resume puts your paintings in a different level. Once you get an honorable mention, now remember, there's only, in modern day Paris Salon, there's only 5 categories. There's painting, photography, printmaking, architecture, and sculpture. They only give out 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and 1 honorable mention every year for those categories. So this artist, not only in 1920 did he get an honorable mention at the Paris Salon, then in 1933, he actually won the silver medal for painting at the Paris Salon. But that's not all. In 1939, he would win the ultimate prize in the art world, the gold medal at the Paris Salon. I've got a $600 bid, thank you for that. So he has reached the pinnacle. Before that, in 1932, he won the Gonzalva Prize, which is awarded by the French government every year. And what that does for an artist is if you're the one selected as the winner of the Gonzalva Prize, the French government will cover all of your expenses and all of your bills and whatnot for 1 whole year, allowing you to focus solely on your artwork. Now let's go back to the beginning of his career. He actually exhibited at the Salon in 1912 and 1913. But then 1914, World War I breaks out. He's called to service for his country of France. He goes and he spends 3 years in the French army. And not only does he serve for 3 years during World War I, and he's in the trenches, he's on the front line. He's not, you know, a messenger or whatnot, which it's all important. But the most key thing to his service during World War I is he was awarded the Croix de Guerre. Now, the Croix de Guerre is a medal, the highest medal a French soldier can receive. And you have to do something exceptionally brave and over the top, courageous. It's kind of the equivalent to, in the U.S., the 800, thank you for your bid. In the U.S., the highest award a soldier can receive is the Medal of Honor. So the Croix de Guerre is the French military's equivalent to the Medal of Honor in the United States military. And if you know anything about the Medal of Honor, I think they only gave out a total of 11 during the whole the whole war of World War II. That's how extraordinary you have to be and do something extraordinary to receive the Medal of Honor. And the Croix de Guerre is no different. So not only did he serve for 3 years in World War I, he served with absolute distinction and won the highest medal a French soldier could win. Then he returns back to Paris in 1917. He immediately picks back up exhibiting at the Paris Salon. Now here's a very, very impressive thing. From 1920 to 1943, he would exhibit at the Paris Salon for a 24-year straight run. That is unprecedented. Not a lot of artists can do that. Not a lot of artists have done that. So he had a 24, from 1920 to 1943, 24 consecutive years he exhibited at the Paris Salon. With the credentials and what I've just told you, each of these paintings are $8,000 to $10,000. In France, in Europe, if you had these paintings at the Paris Salon in a booth, you could easily put 8,000 euros on each and they would sell because he's so historically significant. He is a national treasure in the country of France. And his ties to the Paris Salon, if you had these paintings there, I could easily put 8,000 euros on these and they would sell. I would have not a problem selling each of these at 8,000 euros easily. So that's why it's so shocking that our bid is at only $850. So why do I consider, I was going to sell these separately, but then I saw them, and to me, these are great historical artifacts. You're seeing Notre Dame what it looked like in 1921. And we know several years back, they had the major fire. They had to do restoration. So it has changed a little bit over the years. So this is a window into Notre Dame in 1921 as seen through the eyes of André Leon Varel. That is historically significant. Then you have a painting of what it would translate as to the Palace of Justice, or the courthouse, the famous courthouse in Paris off the Pont des Neufs, the new bridge. And that one was done in 1930. So what was an art, throughout history, artists, their biggest job was to convey and relay the emotion and the look and feel of their times. Before the invention of the camera, the artist was one of the most important things we had, because that's the only way we know what things looked like 300, 400, 500 years ago, from the artist's interpretation and what the artist left us to see from their time period. So before the camera, artists were extremely important to history for documenting what their times looked like and felt like. And nobody could do that better than our friend André Leon Varel. And you have two very significantly important, historically important paintings of two of the most famous landmarks in Paris, as seen through the eyes of André Leon Varel, one of the national treasures of the country of France during his life and even to this day. So you've got a wonderful original oil of Notre Dame in Paris, 1921. Then you have the Palace of Justice, or the Paris Courthouse, 1930. And I'm only at $1,000 for the pair. Like I said, I could easily sell these at the Paris Salon. And yes, there is art for sale at the Paris Salon that is not living artists or artist exhibition art. You can find original Picasso paintings, Vlaminck paintings. You can find, anything along those lines you can find at the Paris Salon. I've seen paintings at the Paris Salon, like a Vlaminck painting, for $150,000. So yes, if you had a booth there, you could exhibit these, and I guarantee you I could put 8,000 euros on each and sell them within a day or two at the Paris Salon. Just because you have an artist that was one of the greatest exhibitors of the Paris Salon in the history of their 350 plus years they've been around. I mean, think about that. It was started by Louis XIV. Yes, the Sun King himself, Louis XIV, in 1668. 1668. And it's been held every year since 1668 until modern day. If you go to Paris next February in 2027, February 2027, you could go to the Paris Salon. They hold it every February. So it's had a 350 plus year run. It's only missed 2 years in that 300 year span. They only held it, it was only not held 2 years in that time period. And that was because of a French labor dispute. Think about how important how important does an art show have to be? The Nazis occupied Paris from late 1939 to about 1943, 1944. And even the Nazis let them hold the Paris Salon during the occupation. That's how important the art show is to the world. The greatest artists in the world exhibit or want to exhibit at the Paris Salon. Now let's review. He won an honorable mention in 1920. He won the silver medal in 1933. He won the gold medal in 1939, all at the Paris Salon. Think about the artists that he was competing against at that time. Henri Matisse, Maurice Vlaminck, Pablo Picasso, Diego Rivera, not Velázquez. He was alive in the 1600s. Diego Rivera, Fernand Léger, André Derain. You're talking about artists, all their paintings now sell for 10, 20, 50, $100 million. Some of the biggest names of the 20th century and all of art history. And our friend André Leon Varel competed against them at the Paris Salon and won the gold medal in front of all of them. Picasso had paintings there. Matisse had paintings. André Leon Varel was awarded the gold medal 1939. Not to mention the silver medal in 1933 and an honorable mention in 1920. He also won the Velázquez Prize. He also won the gold medal at the Modern Arts and Techniques in 1937. He had numerous exhibitions and retrospective of his artwork all across Europe. His paintings are now in some of the most famous museum collections in France and across Europe. And you are bidding at $1,200 each right now on the original paintings by our friend Andre Leon Varel. And when I saw these two paintings, I had them scheduled for different nights. I thought to myself, these would be a perfect pair for the astute Varel collector that wanted. We've had a lot of his landscapes. We've had some of his seascapes. But the landscapes and the Parisian cityscapes like these are what he was best known for. He was really well known for his capturing Paris and the Parisian landscape of his time. So not only do you have the 1921 painting of Notre Dame, but you have the 1930 painting of the Palace of Justice or the French courthouse right off the New Bridge in Paris, right off the Seine River. Guys, this is a historically important combination of paintings. And I love them because this is his interpretation of what he saw in 1921 and 1930. And that was the greatest thing an artist can do for us, is convey the emotion and the look and feel of their time. I know we had cameras in 1921 and 1930, but this is his interpretation of what he saw through his eyes and hand painted these original oils on board at the time. And he would paint on plein air, meaning he would paint on location. So you can actually visualize Andre Leon Varel on the other side of the Seine River with his easel set up, painting the Paris courthouse there. You can actually visualize him sitting in front of Notre Dame with his easel, painting this painting of Notre Dame in 1921. Very historically significant pieces. Guys, I appreciate all the bids, but once again, like I said, $8,000, or I'm sorry, 8,000 euros would be easy to get for each of these paintings at the Paris Salon, and I'm at $2,600. Right now, you're at $1,300 each. You're doing very well for the historically significant pair of Andre Leon Varel paintings. I'm going to ask for one more minute clock, and I will bid these out. Once again, take advantage of this. Early on a Friday, it's our lowest viewership of the week. Usually the first hour of the show is our lowest viewership, and as the night progresses, we pick up more and more people as the night goes on. So with the pair of Picassos that I started the show with, this pair of Andre Leon Varel, and then we're going to have a pair of Henri Matisse pieces coming up next. I am trying to reward my early viewers and give you something special. So if you can hear the sound of my voice, take full advantage of this. You're bidding on the pair. This is not a high bidder's choice. This is 2-for-1 money, as they would say in the old country auctions. We're going to do a 2-for-1 money. You are bidding on the pair. I love these paintings, historically significant, historical documents, preserving the time in which he lived in, which was the greatest gift the artist gives us throughout history. Artists, that was their biggest job. Artists were very important. Up until the invention of the camera, that was the only way we knew what things looked like in the 1700s, the 1600s, the 1500s. Artists were extremely important to society and to preserving what we know about historical places throughout time. Up until the invention of the camera, our artists were our vision of the past. And these two paintings, one of Notre Dame, one of the Paris courthouse or the Palace of Justice, right off the River Seine, these are historically significant paintings, and I congratulate my high bidder, and I'm about to bid them out. I've got $2,600 looking for $27. I've got $2,600 going once. I've got $2,600 for the pair. And I love this pair. I put them together because I thought they should be together. Great Parisian landscapes and cityscapes of Paris. One from 1921, Notre Dame. One from 1930, the Paris courthouse right off the River Seine, as seen through the eyes of the national treasure of France, Andre Leon Varel. And I'm going to congratulate my high bidder for being at the right place at the right time. $2,600 going once. $2,600 going twice. Last call, fair warning. I'm going to say sold and congratulations. I'll be right back.
Henri Matisse is widely regarded as the greatest colorist of the 20th century and a rival to Pablo Picasso in the importance of his innovations. He emerged as a post-impressionist and first achieved prominence as the leader of the French movement known as Fauvism. Matisse left for Paris in 1891. He failed the entrance exams at the École des Beaux-Arts, but unofficially joined the studio of the French symbolist painter Gustave Moreau in 1892. Moreau told his students, "Colors must be thought, dreamed, imagined." He continued to study with Moreau until 1898. Matisse spent the summer of 1905 working with André Turenne to create a new style of pure color and bright light, known as Fauvism, after the critic Louis Vaucel described the arrangement of works at the Salon des Automnes of 1895, an important showcase for the new movement. Matisse was soon known as the Fauvist leader in the press, called the Chief Fauve by Louis Vaucel and other critics. The Fauvist movement, though short-lived, forged one of modern art's two directions. In 1905, Matisse met Pablo Picasso at the studio of Gertrude Stein. The two artists began a lifetime friendship and rivalry. Each artist represented a possible direction that modern art could take after the death of Paul Cézanne. While Picasso deconstructed objects into cubist planes, Matisse sought to construct an object's form through color. After major surgery in 1941, he was confined to a wheelchair. He turned to drawing and paper cutouts. The paper cutouts encouraged Matisse to simplify forms even further, distilling the object's essential character until it became a symbol of itself. On November 3rd, 1954, Matisse died of cancer. Scholars of the 1950s describe Matisse and Fauvism as the precursor to abstract expressionism and much of modern art. Several abstract expressionist forces trace their lineage to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back live at the auction here on America's Value Channel, the Fine Art Auction. That's who we are. And now, after the pair of Picassos, after the pair of Andre Leon Varels, now I have a very special pair of Henri Matisses for you. These are catalog reference. This is a very famous portfolio. And we're going to talk all about that in just a minute. The title of the portfolio is called Themes and Variations. And why did I pair these together? Because both of these are from Theme O, so they're both from the same theme, but just different variations. So I thought this would be a great set for an art collector to have. Now, don't fool yourself. These are $4,000 to $6,000 each. That is a very conservative auction estimate. If they went higher than that, I don't think you would be overbidding. But I would conservatively put my auction estimate, now this is on each, not for the pair, $4,000 to $6,000 each. So if you do the math, at $8,000, you would be on the low end of the auction estimate for both of this pair of famous lithographs from the very famous, historically important Themes and Variations portfolio by none other than Henri Matisse. Now, Henri Matisse by far was the greatest French artist of the 20th, especially the first half of the 20th century, up until he passed away in 1951. Now, I said the most famous and most important French artist. Some people would think Picasso. Well, Picasso, he wasn't French, even though he spent most of his life in France. He was born in Spain. And so I would put, definitely, no questions asked, Henri Matisse, most important French artist of the 20th century. I don't think anybody's going to argue that with me. And if they want to argue, hey, I'm Sicilian, I like to argue, let's go. But, I don't think any art historic and art critic is going to argue that Henri Matisse was not the most important French artist of the 20th century. And one of the most important artists of all time. And it happened to be he and Picasso were very good friends. They actually met at a party thrown by a woman named Gertrude Stein. And if you're not familiar with her, she was one of the greatest art collectors in the history of art. She was an American art collector that spent a lot of her time in France. And she was hosting a party in 1906. And Matisse was there, and the young Pablo Picasso showed up. And Matisse once said, it was a great quote by Matisse, he said, Picasso and my friendship is like a boxing match. We love each other, but we like to hit each other where it hurts. So that was kind of not a direct quote, but I'm paraphrasing, but he kind of along the lines of, they were friendly rivals, they competed against each other, but don't be fooled, they were friends, and they did collaborate and work together. And this Themes and Variations portfolio is a classic example of one of the major competitions that Matisse and Picasso had throughout their lives and their careers. Their biggest thing was, and Matisse really was the one that brought Picasso up to this, how can you get the most important, most powerful image with the least amount of lines? Dichotomy of line. Can you convey an emotion with the least amount of lines? And Matisse and Picasso went back and forth with that for many years, where one would try to outdo the other and get the most powerful image with using the least amount of lines. Now, what makes this portfolio so important is this was what Matisse was working on when he was bedridden and he was recovering from his, was it duodenal cancer surgery? Mm-hmm. Yes, duodenal cancer surgery, and he was bedridden at the time. So he actually drew these. The originals are pen and ink drawings and pencil drawings and some charcoals, but mostly pen and ink and pencil. So Matisse drew these while he was bedridden, and then in 1942, he turned all of those drawings over and had them produced into these historically important lithographs. This is one of the most important print portfolios Matisse ever put together. And you know what, when we talk about the 10 most important, like I always talk about the 10 most important graphic portfolios by artists of all time, I always forget to mention Matisse's jazz portfolio. That's got to be in the top 10. I'm not going to put Themes and Variations in the top 10, but I'm going to put it in the top 15. It's right outside the top 10 of the most important graphic portfolios ever created by an artist in the history of mankind. So the Themes and Variations portfolio is a 1943 work featuring 158 drawings organized into 17 distinct series. Created during his bed rest in 1941 and 1942, the project explores the evolution of single subjects through charcoal, pencil, and pen and ink master themes by Henri Matisse. So what do I mean by themes and variations? What does that mean? Quentin, if you could show the signature on one of them, it doesn't matter which one. Okay, so you see Henri Matisse is signing the stone and dated 1942. That's when the original ink drawing or pencil drawing was done. Do you see that where it says 017? Now, Quentin, if you could show me the other signature on the other one. And you notice this one has above the signature, it says, hold on one second, I'm trying to, okay, we showed the same, okay, one is 017 and one is 015. So you're in theme O, variation 15 and variation 17. So he did 17 sequences lettered from A to P, containing between 3 and 19 variations per theme. Why is this so important? Do you know how hard it is to get two images from the same theme in the same place at the same time? You, as a bidder, should be jumping all over this. These are both from the same theme, theme O. He did A through P. And one is theme 15, or variation 15, and one is variation 17. That is any Henri Matisse collector in the world that would see this would jump all over this. And they wouldn't be hesitant to spend $4,000 to $6,000 for this pair, because it's almost unheard of to get two from the same theme in the same place at the same time. There are very few of these portfolios that are intact and survive today. Because what happened was, over the years, art dealers and collectors would break up the portfolios and sell the individual lithographs. You would get more money out of them that way by selling instead of just selling the whole portfolio, you would get more money by doling out the individual lithographs individually and selling them as standalone pieces. So it is a very rare thing to get two variations from the same theme on the same auction block at the same time, and you are able to bid on the pair. Once again, not a high bidder's choice. My $300 bidder right now would win both of these at $150 each. These are easily $4,000 plus each lithographs. We're not talking about an artist that isn't one of the, we're talking about an artist that is one of the most important artists in the history of art. Nobody's going to argue with that if you say Henri Matisse is one of the most important artists to ever live. That is a fact. Nobody's going to argue that. Nobody's going to. I've got a $500 bid. Thank you for that. Once again, guys, you would want to fight for these. They are perfectly, give me a full shot of both of them. Framed identically, perfect presentation, same size. These would be a great bookend on any wall, any place in your home. This is the ultimate Henri Matisse set. And once again, you're talking about Henri Matisse. I got $600. Thank you for the bid. Henri Matisse's famous portfolio, Themes and Variations, one of the most important graphic works ever created by mankind, from his original drawings that he created during his recovery from his cancer surgery between 1941 and 1942. They are cataloged, referenced. That's just another bell and whistle on top of everything else we just talked about. You're bidding on catalog referenced Henri Matisse original lithographs. I'll go ahead and show you the certs real quick. You've got Henri Matisse, French artist. He was born in 1869. He passed away in 1954. Both are titled Portrait des Femmes. Original lithograph in black ink on wove paper, signed by the artist on the stone, executed under the direct supervision of the artist. First date, first printing, executed in Paris, 1943. I think we need to update the scarce to very rare, almost impossible to find at this point. Once again, I'm going to show you the second cert too, but all the information is going to be exactly the same. Titles are very generic on these because they fall under the themes and variation category. So all the information on the second cert, exactly like the first cert. Let's go back to the art. You have a chance to collect a pair of some of the most important documents Henri Matisse ever created. Henri Matisse. That name should ring a bell with pretty much anybody that's ever thought about art, read about art. I mean, Henri Matisse is not a name that should be unfamiliar to most people out there. And I'm very comfortable in saying he is definitely a household name when it comes to the world of art. The only person that was more famous in the art world than him at the time would have been Pablo Picasso. And I think they were pretty much neck and neck in their careers together. And I'm at $300 each. You might want to consider picking up the phone, guys. I promise you, you can never do better than this. On a pair of Themes and Variations by Henri Matisse, and I'm struggling to get $300 each. Try $4,000 each. That's what the market bears for these. Like I said at the beginning of the presentation, I would be very comfortable $4,000 to $6,000 auction estimate each. If you want to collect something very important by Henri Matisse, if you don't have a Matisse in your collection, I've got $700. Thank you for the bid. Now I'm at a whopping $350 each. We might cover the frame pricing on a good day on that, but you have paid nothing for the original lithographs from the Themes and Variations portfolio by one of the greatest, most highly recognized artists in the history of art, Henri Matisse. This would be your chance to make a move. I've got $800, thank you for the bid, $400 each. I'm not sure what to throw out there, guys, that would drive you to pick up the phone when you have a chance to collect 2 original lithographs by Henri Matisse at $400 each. I mean, you would think the phones would be lighting up at this moment, but they're actually not. I've got 2 bidders on the phone. They're probably going back and forth here at the time, and they're both probably wanting me to drop the hammer as soon as possible, because at $400 each, nobody thinks that's worth $1,000 each. We're talking about Henri Matisse. We're talking about one of his most famous print portfolios he ever created. And that's saying a lot, because you realize a single print from Henri Matisse, I believe it was called, it was a serigraph that he did, and it sold for $4.7 million. $4.7 million for one individual print by Henri Matisse. And right now I'm at $400 each on the pair from one of his most famous portfolios. Henri Matisse prints, now I'm not saying this is a $4 million masterpiece, but I am saying they're easily worth $4,000 to $6,000 each. And I'm pennies, literally, not even pennies, I mean, sub pennies on the dollar on this one, guys. This one is a no-brainer. Pick up your phone, place the $50 bid. You will not regret placing a $50 bid on a pair of original, catalog referenced, highly well-documented, historically important Henri Matisse original lithographs from his famous portfolio, Themes and Variations. I am absolutely shocked I'm under $1,000 for the pair. All right, give me the last minute. I will drop the hammer. This is a no-brainer for any art collector out there. This one is easy. Take a swing at it. I'm taking $50 bids. That is the kicker. $50 bid could get you in and put you at $4.25 each on these historically significant Henri Matisses. But you know what? I've only got about 40 seconds left on the clock. Ray is in the house. He'll be taking over here in just a minute. I've got a $850 bid. Thank you for that. I've got $850 looking for 9. I'm actually a little bit, I don't know what to say at this point. Like, I'm actually lost, I'm at a loss for words at this point that I'm under $1,000 on the pair. Somebody would want to jump in there and swoop these and scoop these up at pennies on the dollar. We're barely covering the frame prices. This one should be very easy, guys. I've got $850 looking for 9. I've got $850 going once. I've got $850 going twice. Last call, fair warning. Where are my Matisse collectors? You know what I was thinking about the other day? We haven't had a lot of Matisse over the last like 6 months to a year. So this one, I mean, if you've been craving a Matisse, now's your chance to put a set of Matisses in your portfolio, in your collection. These are amazing. Once again, one of his most famous projects he ever did, the Themes and Variation project. Ray's over here just shaking his head. I hope this isn't a look for the rest of the night, because that would be something that I wouldn't want.
Well, what sets these apart and makes them exquisite. Middle of World War II, printing presses were hard to come by. 1942 is the rarest of the rare.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? I'm going to give it one more minute, and then I will bid it out. Ray's on deck. He's getting ready to take over. He's going to be starting his set with a Farrah Fortnum. But once again, I would highly, 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 I shouldn't even have to say this, recommend these at this price point. Let's review real quick. Henri Matisse, absolutely one of the most famous artists of all time. Original lithographs. Two original lithographs. 1943 published, produced between 1941 and 1942 when he was recovering from his cancer surgery. And the kicker, on top of all that, catalog referenced, original, catalog referenced, 1943 Henri Matisse pieces, and I'm at, where we at? I've got call, fair warning, guys. Like, trying to give everybody a fair chance. All right, I got a $900 bid. Thank you for your participation. My lucky high bidder, you are doing, I don't even know if you're aware of how well you are doing. This is beyond. But I have got to drop the hammer, raise on deck. He's going to be taking over and taking it all the way to 1. I've got $900 going once. I've got $900 going twice. And I will say a hearty congratulations. We'll be right back.
Enter the vibrant world of Farrah Fortnum, a contemporary artist whose canvas stretches from intimate studio pieces to the arresting power of street art. Based in Bristol, UK, Farrah channels her creativity into a passionate dialogue about our planet, urging us to see, feel, and act. Farrah's art is a compelling fusion of color and conscience. Working with bold palettes and fluid forms, she transforms spaces, whether it's the side of a building breathing life into the urban landscape or a canvas that draws you in. Her distinctive style captures both the beauty and the fragility of the natural world, making every piece a statement. At the heart of Farrah Fortnum's work lies a profound connection to environmentalism. Deeply moved by the urgent need to protect our ecosystems, particularly rainforests, she uses her art as a vehicle for awareness and change. Each brushstroke is imbued with purpose, highlighting the climate crisis and celebrating the resilience of nature. Her impactful work resonates widely, featured in platforms like the renowned Upfest Street Art Festival, and created in collaboration with organizations such as the Rainforest Alliance. Farrah Fortnum is not just creating art, she's fostering conversations, building bridges, and painting a vision for a more sustainable future, one powerful image at a time. For collectors seeking art with beauty, depth, and meaning, Farrah Fortnum offers a unique opportunity to invest in a voice that matters. Discover the world through her eyes here at the Fine Art Auction.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Taylor, and welcome to the Fine Art Auction. And what a show we have tonight. July 24th, and the collection just gets better and better and better and better, and lucky for you. Now, I'm going to tell you why. Number one, it's a bidder's market. Those two Henri Matisses, I've sold one of those for $5,000. You're living in a buyer's market, not a seller's market. But on top of that, it's summertime. Why do you think so many TV shows have summer reruns? People are out and about, they're going to the park, it's Friday night, they're going to be out. What's rule number one about going to an auction? Look at the size of the room. You walk into the Hyatt, the DoubleTree, whatever hotel you're at. What I'm trying to say, Tony's right. The room is very small. Less competition means less bidding, and it's all to your advantage. Folks, it's a live auction. If you have any questions or comments, call in. We're kind of like a family here, a bunch of weirdos. I tease because we have fun. Well, I'm looking at the lineup right over there. Let's get going because this is live and this is real, and it's happening right now. It's a no minimum bid auction in the middle of summer, middle of July. How lucky are you? Let's get started with Farrah Fortnum. She is an artist from the United Kingdom that really made her mark in Bristol, England, and I've always wanted to go for the art scene. They have an art festival there every year. One year, somebody was in the audience, they think it was Robin Gunningham, throwing $10 British pound notes into the air that bore the picture of Princess Diana. They first went on the internet for $5, then they went for $35. Now they're hovering around $4,000 each. The Bristol art scene is incredible. Farrah Fortnum is incredible, and this is incredible. For lack of a better word, and please don't, I think she's the new superstar, the new Kef, and I'm going to tell you why. It's in the brushstroke. Take a close-up, a look at that, look at those brushstrokes. It is a complete mastery of line and blended color in the composition. Now, you have to remember, and I just walked over to get this. Let's go to the close-ups. Remember, when you apply with a fine brush, you're making dots. But then right there, let's say this stroke right here, very lightly, a very light touch, and then you press and you lift again. Now that is repeated hundreds of times flawlessly. Now, look at it again. We're going to start with, I'll pick another one right here. Touch lightly with your brush perfectly poised, do a medium pressure, then lift and pull. I couldn't do it. I find her works of art fascinating, and she has the gift. She has it in her hand. There's no shortcut. You can't buy this technique. On the frame now, that's going to be 28, 28, 28 by 28 on the button. And this really is the School of Hard Knocks. This is thousands of hours of trial and error to get it down. And then on top of that, you have to have a vision as an artist to be able to pull off this beautiful composition. And there's so many colors in there. There's whites and greens and yellows and blues. And it's an amazing work of art. Let's give it a clock. We don't have a bid. Now, folks, I think if you saw what happened with Tony, if I don't get a bid, and this has happened about, I would say at least 50 times in the last 20 years, if I don't get a bid, I pass. I'm not going to bid for you. I don't open the bid. I don't set the bid. We don't do any of that here. It's a no minimum bid auction, and it's up to you. Let's go to the certificate. The stars emerge. It does have a bit of a... Anybody watch a Star Wars movie? Remember that one scene where they leap into hyperdrive? It is the original painting. Original painting on paper, signed by the artist lower right. It is a unique work executed by Farrah Fortnum in 2026. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a real artist. Go to my computer. I love this image of her. I absolutely love this image of her. Now, if you want to hear a real artist, okay, this is how a real artist talks. I'm a human from the planet Earth. A female born in London, and an abstract artist now based in Bristol in the United Kingdom. Go back to the art. I paint on walls, buildings, paper, clothing, cars, vans, shoes, and handbags. I even use my own face as a canvas. And yes, she does. And I love this line. This is a real artist. I love to create conscious art joyfully. Now, in 2020, 6 years ago, during lockdown, the local art movement I was due to join was canceled, so I decided to paint my very first mural on the wall of my front garden. What began as a spontaneous project has since grown into something exciting. I've now painted over 100 murals. Do you know who else has painted 100 murals? Weiland. And he's a global name. She has everything. She has everything to make her big. I've painted over 100 murals, leaving my mark across Bristol, England, and beyond. It's taken me to Cornwall, to Bath, to Wales, to London, France, and Sweden, creating pieces for art festivals and private clients, schools, businesses, hospitals, and high-profile exhibitions such as the Van Gogh Expo. I'll show you those. Beautiful. These murals have been an unexpected but a wonderful addition to my art career. I love the words of an artist. I am in awe of life in general, but I particularly love the soothing aspect of rivers and oceans, the tranquilities of forests and rainforests, as the devastating effects of human impact on these vital ecosystems continue to unfold. My work stands as a call to action, to protect and nurture Mother Earth for all and future generations. I'm with you, honey. I think we should. Oh, Colombia has banned logging in the rainforest. That happened yesterday. I wish Venezuela would do it too. But anyhow, painting is a form of meditation for me. I believe it. Isn't that what Simon Kev said? Painting is a form of meditation to me. And when we had him live on the show, I said this to Simon Kev. I said, have you ever started to paint and you look up and 3 hours have gone by? He goes, every day. The outside three-dimensional world disappears and another interconnected world opens up. I feel as if I have entered another realm. So I mostly paint from my heart. That's what Simon says, and how I feel in that moment, rather than what I experience with my usual senses. Luckily for me, most of that time, that feeling is joy. My art is an invitation to immerse yourself in the joyful essence of life and of the seen and unseen beauty that surrounds us. It also reminds us to see that we're all connected to each other and the whole cosmos like a giant tapestry. We are a precious and conscious species. Human beings and humankind. Let's be ourselves. Let's be kind. Let's observe. Let's feel. Let's reconnect, not divide. Let's remember that even in darkness, we have endless light and love all around us. Currently, I'm creating free murals for schools in Bristol, England, as part of my belief that children are the future. I want them to feel hope and to understand the power of painting their dreams and to see that they can help shape the world they wish to live in. Guys, her prices have just took paintings like this. I've gone from $10,000 with a new price point of $25,000. Now, we have artists that are willing to sacrifice to be on American television. But I want you to know, I want you to look at this and realize she is an international superstar. And this is, she had one painting that was priced at $25,000. And that is when the prices disappeared from her website. And I'm going to show you. Go to my computer. I'll show it to you all. These were all little ones were 10,000, like this, same size, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. But then I did this live on television. I had a larger painting like Equilibrium, and it was $25,000. After that, the prices disappeared. It's all price on request. Price on request. I think this might be the painting. I think that was the painting. But ladies and gentlemen, at $10,000, you have not paid for that $800 frame. You have not paid for that $800 frame. Let's go back to the art. One of the things that I want to remind you about this show is that we are unique in the history of television. There has never been and there never will be another show like this. The show was founded on the estate of a very wealthy French attorney. And he was an artist, and he owned an atelier in Paris. And he published over 600 editions of prints. When we started the show 20 years ago, in 2006, June 5th, was our first broadcast. We thought he had 10,000 pieces. Then the number went to 35,000. Well, the number is now 85,000 works, and that's the end. We're coming to the end. What it's done is it launched careers and made international awareness of great artists like Carl Stryker. If you own a Carl Stryker, don't sell it. Mr. Brainwash, Mr. Doodle, any of the Banksies are all now above $5,000 and $10,000. In today's news, there was another price increase. I think it was a garage door that he painted years ago, just sold for $118 million. It might be the new record. I'll show you the article. $800 frame on there. Why? The attention's in the details. I'll show you why. For example, and you may not, let me get a flashlight. You may not be able to see it. Let's come to the upper right. Now, do you see how that hand-wrapped linen? That's a three-dimensional piece of wood. My flashlight's flickering. It's a three-dimensional piece of wood wrapped in linen. And you can see the heavy, ornate, glossy, even a Baroque. This type of molding, I mean, a single strip of it wholesale now is $480. Prices have gone up so crazy in the framing industry. It's unbelievable now. A sheet of plexi, $96. They want $100 a sheet. 5 years ago, it was $17. I don't know what's happening. Well, let's go to the certificate one more time. On $50 above the price of the frame, this is the original painting, original acrylic painting. It is unique. It is fresh to the market. Are you ready? Now, there are levels of buying art. There are levels to buying art. One of One of the more usual methods is to buy art that's been on the market for decades. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's common, it's normal. What's better than that? Buying at auction. You're not paying a gallery price. Galleries exist in places like Las Vegas and Key West and the Grand Canyon, Waikiki, Maui, where you have tourist traffic. You know one of the top selling works of art in the world, schools of art today? Haitian art. People get off the cruise ships, oh, that's lovely. And they take that work of art home. It's very hard to sell Haitian art. We've tried on television. You're not having that experience. Long story short, buying at auction is better than buying at a gallery almost every time. You can get in a bidding war, and I've seen that happen. But what's better than that? An auction house with no minimum bid, and there's no one in the room. What's better than that? An auction house with no minimum bid, and you're buying directly from the artist. That's a dream come true. $10,000 painting, I'm at what? $850? You're living in a buyer's paradise. I'm going to say it on every show. I've been in the art market now for 41 years. You're living in a paradise. At $850, that is less than the cost of goods. All right, and here we go. Turn on the DVR. Remember you were there. Remember you were there. I've got 1,000, now it's going to be 11. I've got 1,000, now it's going to be 11. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. I've got 12, now it's going to bid 13. I've got 12, now it's going to bid 13. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. Hammers up, and I'm all done, all in. Please remember, these are originals. This is an original. I made a boo-boo there, kind of. Underbid. Underbid, underbid, underbid. Like I said, buyer's paradise. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. I've got 70 now going once. I've got 70 now going twice. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When you collect art, you think in terms of decades. Keep these in the family. You're going to see the economy is going to change. All in. Any further advance? Going once, going twice. Sold. Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci was born April 15, 1452. He passed away May 2nd, 1519. He is still considered, if not the, but one of the greatest geniuses of all time. and not a specialist in one section like physics or mathematics like Richard Feynman or Stephen Hawking. He was a true polymath. He was a great painter. He painted the Mona Lisa. He painted Salvator Mundi, the savior of the world, the most expensive work of art to ever sell at $450 million. $450 million for a painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He was a great draftsman, a master of the line. You saw the Vitruvian Man, a great engineer. His designs are still being used today. Oh, did you guys see the special? Okay, you know that that Leonardo invented the tank, for fighting in battle? There's one thing they just discovered, that in the drawings, the blueprints for the tank, the battle tank, they needed to turn the turrets. It is the world's first diagram of ball bearings. He may have invented ball bearings. I think he did. He couldn't figure it out. How are we going to turn these cannons in this little tank? He said, well, we put them on spheres, on ball bearings. He invented ball bearings. He was a scientist, a theorist, a sculptor, and an architect. Now, we know that he was a master of anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, paleontology, but we don't know a lot about him from his paintings. There's only 25 major works by him. There's a couple of unfinished works. There's another 15 that are attributed to him, but we don't. That doesn't give us a lot of information. What we know about him is from his journals, his notebooks. Now, in his time in the Renaissance, we're coming out of a dark age. He is the Renaissance man. The world there, they didn't recognize, and they lost so much knowledge that they didn't recognize any exclusion or any difference between the sciences and the arts. And I think Leonardo's studies in science and engineering are as impressive and as innovative as his artistic work. He invented the scissors, the automated bobbin winder. Do you like wearing clothes? Yeah. A machine for testing the strength of wire. You ever like crossing a bridge? Thank you, Leo. You ever been on a ship that needed a canal? The modern canal design is based upon the writings of Leonardo da Vinci. If you open a canal like on a lock and you open it like a guillotine, there's too much turbulence at the bottom. It'll wear it out in about a year or two. If you open it like a sliding glass door, like on a patio, it will fail. The pressure, when you crack that seal, the door always fails. He designed it like a chapel roof, with the peak of the chapel facing upstream. Very easy to crack open. Once it starts cracking open, if you put a little edge on there, it'll open by itself. The Panama Canal, Gatun Lake, you know how many horsepower it needs to open it? 45. There's so many ways that Leonardo da Vinci changed the history of the world, and one of the most important ways was not just his inventions, it was his writings. Go to my computer. This work is actually mentioned and featured in the Treatise on Painting. Now I'm going to enlarge it. There it is right there, the Treatise on Painting. That is absolutely genius, and you can read it, but give me a moment. I'm going to enlarge it, make it very easy to read. The Treatise on Painting is a collection of Da Vinci's writings that were entered into his notebook under a heading, general heading, concerning the matter of painting. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, the manuscripts, the papers were begun in Milan. Now, he grew up in a small town called Urbino, but he moved to the big city to get a job under the Duke of Milan. This guy. You read about his life. You do not want to be... The Duke of Milan, well, let me put it this way. He only lived to be 55. And what a life. But he was considered enlightened, generous, and peaceful. He became a patron of the artists. His court in Milan became one of the most important in Europe during the Italian Renaissance. Now, he was very fearful. He was very fearful and very fickle. But he was always at war. But so when Leonardo da Vinci met with him, Ludovico Sforza, he brought with him studies for weapons, like a machine gun, like a 10-barreled cannon, a tank, and battlements designed for forts that would be very hard to invade. And we still use them. Fort Jefferson is based upon, anyhow. Let's go back to the art, but I have to adjust my computer, do it properly. Let's go back to my computer. But Leonardo da Vinci, well, he got the job. He got the job. And he also had a pupil, an assistant, a helper by the name of Francesco Melzi. A lot of people think that this image, there's Francesco there, that this image was drawn by Leonardo da Vinci looking in a pair. Look how this guy could paint. That was his pupil. For years, people thought this was a Da Vinci. It's not. It's a Melzi. But long story short, a lot of people think that this image is by Leonardo da Vinci. It isn't. It was drawn from life by his pupil. That's how important this document is. That's how important this document is. So I'm going to go back and wrap it up. When Francesco Melzi was with Leonardo da Vinci, he would make drawings every day, and he would make inventions every day, and he would write papers and notes, and he would leave them on tables in restaurants. He'd leave them at the public bath. He'd walk out the door and leave them on a bench, and so Melzi would pick them all up, and he put them in order. 13,000 pages. Now, a very short version was published in 1651. The manuscript was discovered in the Vatican Gallery and published in the modern form in 1817. What if I had one from 1716? What if I had one that was 101 years earlier than the official one at the Vatican Library? How would that be? How can I prove it? Let's go to the website. Leonardo da Vinci in the Treatise on Painting. Here's the introduction. It'll tell you all about it right here. And again, this is live TV. There's no other way to do this. The text that was compiled by Francesco Melzi, one of Leonardo's pupils. The treatise on painting circulated widely. Artists, scientists, and scholars, including Nicolas Poisson and Galileo, read it avidly. Read it avidly. That's how important this was. Galileo read this. So I'm trying to go as quick as I can. Pardon me. So we go to the handwritten documents. That's at the Vatican. You're not getting those. They'll never be for sale. 944 unnumbered. Anyhow, let's go back. Then we want to go to handwritten manuscripts. These are treasures. These are some of the greatest treasures of Florence and even Chicago. And yes, I did read about the life of T. Kimball Brooker. What a good man. Now, let's go to printed editions. A short version was published in Italian and French at the same time, 1651, by Giacomo Langlois. It was then published in English in 1721. What if I could predate that? Boom, and there it is. 1716, the Treatise on Painting by Pierre-François Giffard in Paris, and that is why Urban Huchet collected this at the end of World War II. I'm looking for $25,000. It is irreplaceable. You'll never see it again. If we go to the 1835, look at this. All the reprints. These are all reprints. I have a treatiseonpainting.org, 1835, 1835, 1835 is right here. It's treatiseonpainting.org. I can give you the website. And then we zoom in on it. What's it say in the bottom right? 1835. What's it say in the bottom right? Now, in 1835, it was the era of Queen Victoria. We had the Victorian morals and sensibilities. So I'm going to, again, reduce it, go back, and every page is brilliant. In what part a color will appear in its greatest beauty? We are to consider here in what part any color will show itself in its most perfect purity, whether it is in the strongest light or the deepest shadow, in a demi-tint or in the reflex. It would be necessary to determine first of what color we mean to treat, because different colors differ materially in that respect. Black is the most beautiful in shades. White is the strongest light. Blue and green in the half tint. Yellow and red in the principal life. Gold in reflection. And lake blue in the half tint. The more you read it, the more you realize how brilliant he is. So we're going to go to the end. And we go to the illustrations. Bear with me. It's here. It's coming. That is a piece of paper that changed the history of humanity. I want you to look at that seriously. In 1550, in the 1500s, the desecration of a corpse was punishable by death. Leonardo da Vinci was having a long conversation with the Pope, and they were talking about furthering the advances of humanity, what is best for humanity. And they were talking about human dissection, and the Pope said, we can have you killed today. Then the Pope stood up, took the key to the morgue out of his robe, left it in the center of the desk, looked out the window, didn't speak. He looked out the window for 5 full minutes. When he turned around, the key was gone. And Leonardo said, "Pardon me, Your Eminence." Why the vertical line? Why is that vertical line there? Because Leonardo da Vinci said, if you're an artist and you're going to make a drawing, be aware that someday it might be made into a sculpture. Know your balance points. Know your balance points. Let's go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, at $25,000, what would you bid? And go to my computer. What do you notice that's different? Remember I was talking about Victorian morals and sensibility? This was done in 1760 in France. The one on the screen was done in 1835 during the Victorian repressive. He's wearing a fig leaf. Go back to the original. Go back to the real one. There's no fig leaf. $275, I'll buy it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an uncensored treasure. This is like Michelangelo's David. You don't put a fig leaf on Michelangelo's David, not when you're dealing with the genius of Da Vinci. Our record at auction on this show is $12,500. When I talk about a buyer's market, I'm not kidding. That is going to be 15 by 17. It is properly annotated. It's in chapter 231. Let's go over here to the top right. And that would be figure number 296. Guys, it doesn't get any better. Look at it. This was done 60 years before there was an America. Now, it is the last of the uncensored editions. Our record at auction is $12,500. I don't bid for you. I'm starting to sound grumpy, and I'm only on the second piece. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. I want to tell you something. In 1981, I began lecturing at the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. That led to me working at an art gallery in 1985 in Honolulu. I did that for 12 years. And then I became an auctioneer in 1997. I have witnessed a true seller's market where a work like this would go for $12,000 or $13,000. We have a war going on with tariffs and economic turmoil globally. Buying art today is better than it was in the Great Depression 100 years ago. Buy art. If you can afford it and you like it, think about it. I'm looking for a second edition. A second edition. 1700s. Published in Paris. Leonardo da Vinci. I want it in mint condition. I give you $400 if you frame it? That's absurd and you know it. This is a true buyer's market. I've got $400 going once. I've got $400, not $4,000. If you ever see one of these at $4,000, buy it. We actually know all the documentation. Let's go to my computer. 100 years later, this was published with a fig leaf. I'm offering you the uncensored original version, the vision of Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go back to the art. Remember these days. Remember these days of how wonderful it was to be an art collector. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go.
You know, and I know you know, this is underbid. This is underbid. Underbid. Go to my computer. Anybody? This is treatiseonpainting.org. Treatiseonpainting.org. Leonardo da Vinci. Don't type that. Just type in www.treatiseonpainting.org. We go to the manuscripts. We go to printed editions in Italian and in French in Paris. Wasn't printed in English until 1721. But what predates that? What predates the censored version? Right here. 1760. Published by Pierre-François Giffard in Paris. In Paris. I have one. Who bought it? Who bought it? Orban Houchet. Who collected it and saved it in Paris? Has it moved since Paris, since 1716? No, not until we framed it. Now it's here in Atlanta. Go back to the art. Look at the condition. Do you see any pinholes? Do you see any wormholes? Do you see any staining, any foxing, any mold? It's flawless. Why is that line there? Because when you read the treatiseonpainting.org, he says, if you're a young artist, please bear in mind, any work of art you make may, in the future, be made into a sculpture. Therefore, be aware of your balance point. Meaning, you don't want somebody to pay respect and homage to you 100 years later and have your sculpture tip over. What if David tipped over? That is exquisite. No, that's not. If you ever see it at $8,000, buy it. In this condition, two things that affect the value of art: rarity and condition. Rarity and condition. Rarity, it's a 10. Condition, it's an 11. It's flawless. Okay, again, go to my computer, treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org. A short, abridged version. We can, there, right there. An abridged version, a very short version, was published in France in 1651. Okay, a very short version, France, 1651. Let's go back here. I'm on the wrong page, but that's okay. Oh, is it right here? It's right here. Okay, 1651, in Paris, in French and Italian at the same time. Wasn't published in English until 1721. What if I could predate that and have it uncensored? Boom, goes the dynamite. There it is right there. Guaranteed authentic forever. Guaranteed authentic forever. $600. $600. Go to Paris and say, I'm looking for Leonardo da Vinci from the early 1700s, published in Paris. And I got $600. Yeah, give that a go. Give that a go. Good luck with 6,000. All right, let's go back to the art. You're living in a buyer's paradise, art collector's paradise. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Lucy. What a wonderful time. I mean, there's so many things that are, you know what I mean, messed up right now, but being an art collector is not one. We're doing $50 bids. Now, this is all very researchable. You can go to my computer. We did have a question years ago. Why do I like Wikipedia so much? Because it's free. And so is a library. But I've had clients say, well, Ray, I can't drive anymore. I'm in a wheelchair and I don't drive. Wikipedia, right here. A short version was published in France in 1651. I'm offering you a 7. I should just hush. All right, Tony says, just stop, Ray. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali Damaniche, the Marquess of Dali of Poubal. A Marquess, in France we would say the Marquis. He was nobility. Born May 11th, 1904, he passed away the 23rd of January, 1989. His name today is synonymous with surrealism. He was a great Spaniard, renowned for his technical skill, his precise draftsmanship, but most importantly, the striking and bizarre images in his work. He was born in Figueres, which is Catalonia, Spain. He received a very formal education in fine arts in Madrid. As a young man, like many men of his time, he was influenced by Impressionism and studied deeply the Renaissance masters from a young age. But as a young man, and being aware of global situations and reads the paper, he became increasingly attracted to Cubism and all of the avant-garde art movements. So he moved much closer to Surrealism in the late 1920s. He actually joined the Surrealist group in 1929, and it is said that he became more surreal than all of the Surrealists. His best-known work, The Persistence of Memory, was completed in August of 1931. It is the single most famous Surrealist painting. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. When war loomed and reared its ugly head in 1939, even though he had a Spanish passport and was considered neutral, Spain was neutral during World War II, there was a bounty on his head for making Surrealist art. He was declared a degenerate artist, so he left for the United States in 1940. He became quite famous. He loved staying at the Hotel St. Regis. He was very brilliant. He was a genius. When he returned to Spain in 1948, did you know he lived in Monterey, California for a while in the 40s? Yeah, he did. He announced a return to the Catholic faith and developed what he called his own nuclear mysticism style. It was based on an interest in classicism, classical art, mysticism, and all the recent scientific developments. His artistic repertoire included painting, graphic arts, film, sculpture, design, photography. He would collaborate with many artists, including Alice Cooper. Matter of fact, he and Alice Cooper together made the world's first true holographic sculpture. It's at the Dali Museum in Florida. He wrote fiction. He wrote poetry. He wrote essays and criticisms. But I think his most important paper is his own diary, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. His themes had no limit. His dreams, the subconscious, sexuality, religion, science, all of his close personal relationships. And that was to the dismay of those who held his work in high regard. And it irritated his critics that his very eccentric, his ostentatious public behavior often drew more attention than his artwork. Be aware of is that in spite of all of the turbulence that we're seeing in the art market, Salvador Dali, and I think he would be proud of this, he is once again contrarian. He's going contrary to, go to my computer, unsigned prints now. Look at this, beautiful, unsigned print, unsigned. Biblia Sacra, $8,600. This one, the Old Hippie, I had a chance to buy it for $1,800. Look at it now. The Old Hippie. What's that about? When Salvador Dali lived in Figueres, Spain, he had a little fisherman's shack that he renovated and put in a pool out at Port Legat. And hippies would go there and play the guitar outside until he invited them in, and he did. And they would sit by the pool and smoke and drink. And one of them was quite old, so he made a series of The Old Hippie. And I guess that's The Old Hippie there. But I'm just seeing these prices across the board. I mean, this is just even a simple Divine Comedy, a single Divine Comedy now at one of the most famous galleries in America. Martin Lawrence has an impeccable reputation. $3,400. Let's go back to the art. Now, the thing about this and what sets it apart into the $10,000 and up range is rarity and the year. Let's go to the certificate before I go over and measure it, and I will measure it for you. Now, if you translate this in Latin, it is the luxury. If you translate it in French, it means lust. So I think it's up to you. Albert Field catalog and Michler Lopsinger catalog, it's lust. Original, use the French, but a lot of people use the Latin. It's up to you. The original etching is in aquatint, with aquatint, printed in colors on a BFK Rives paper. And read about what happened to these two brothers. They were paper makers. They were brothers. Don't have time for that. Hand signed and numbered by the artist in the lower margin. Now here's what makes it truly valuable. It's hand signed, but way below the standard edition size of 200 or 220. That and the year, 1966. This is highly sought after and truly extremely rare. I looked at the Dali Museum's website. I couldn't find one. I found one at a university in America. I can only find one in America. If you know of another one, let me know, and I will share it. On the frame now, that is going to be 24, 24, 24 by 26. 26 and a half. So let's be safe and call it 27. Why would I add half an inch? Years ago, it was 26 and a half, and I didn't want to exaggerate on TV, so I said 26. And a nice lady took her painting home, and it wouldn't go on the mantle by half an inch. So her husband said, I'll just take a table saw. So I'm going to add half an inch. I'm not going to add 3 or 4. That's just silly. But right here is the value. 2 things. That is his autograph. His autograph now sells for up to $10,000. I can prove it. Then we go to the bottom left. There it is right there. Clear and crisp and very nice. Edition of 125. Look at the condition of the paper. It is flawless. Flawless, 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 flawless. Now, what is the symbolism? Let's go straight up of the young man holding the crutch. When Salvador Dali was a young man, well, I'll just start at the beginning. Before Salvador Dali was born, he had an older brother, before he was even born. And I think he grew up, to be about 12 years old, and he died. And as is Spanish tradition to this day, if your firstborn son dies, it's okay to give him the same name. So when Salvador Dali was born, he didn't know any of this. And so every church they would walk to, his father didn't have a car, they would walk to the church, and they would stop in the family graveyard, and they would pray, for grandpa, grandma, and then this one. And when Salvador Dali could learn to read, he opened his eyes while he's praying and saw his own name. He thought his parents were torturing him. He ran home crying that you're making me pray at my own grave. And they finally told him the story. And as he grew, he realized that he was special. And his mom spoiled him. His aunties spoiled him. They had 2 housekeepers. They spoiled him. His father spoiled him. And he became a little tyrant. And his father nicknamed him the Little King. So one Christmas, his father got him a red cape like a king with rabbit fur, not ermine, with the little black dots, like a king's cape. And his dad goes, well, you act like a king, you might as well dress like one. Right after that, he was up in the attic and he found his brother's crutch and he said, this will be my scepter. I am now a king. So the scepter is a symbol of Salvador Dali being a king. Now, where can I find that data? Let's go to the certificate. One of the best books I've ever read is his own diary. This is hilarious. I have read, look how old this book is now. I have read this alone in a room going, not just chuckling, going, bah! The scene in the attic. Oh, there's the crutch. Oh, there's the crutch all in his eyes and holding up his nose. And now I'm going to let you know, he was a genius. So when you get about into the back third, the writing is a bit deep. I think he's trying to show off. I think he's trying to show off that to prove how brilliant he is. The last third is quarter. The last quarter, he really was a genius, and it's. Paul Eluard had formulated the heraldic device to live by error in perfume. After my error with the false actress and the error with my false mucus, I experienced an imponderable perfume of clairvoyance. It's hard to read because it's so deep and so wordy. But if you do plow through it, it's like, wow, he really was a genius. Now, the first half is hilarious. That's how they get you. 5.5. I think you should bid on this. Go to my computer. You don't get any art. You get an autograph. That's all you get. No art. No art. This is pencil signed. How much? It's half off. It was $25,000. It is not, where'd it go? Half off. This is unsigned. Unsigned. There's no signature. There is a printed signature in the upper left, but it's no autograph. Guys, bid on this. Salvador Dali, 1966, edition of 125, not 250. Let's go back to the art. There's hand-signed Dalis under 5,000. They're just not there anymore. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Unbelievably underbid. And I will say it. I'll say it again. Salvador Dali is contrarianism. He goes against the flow of it being a true buyer's market. His prices are going up. His prices are going up. Pencil sign prints. They just keep going up. Go to my computer. Do you see the same crutch? Do you see the same crutch on the right? You know how much this sold for? $442,000. That's a print. Now that is the record. That is the record. That is the record. 442,000. Let's go back to the art. I've got 8 now. I'm going to bid not 8,000. Guys. Oh, I almost forgot, but I didn't. Let's go to my computer. One of my favorite places in the world is the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. I love it. I don't work there. I never did. I was a volunteer. I was a docent from 1981 to 1985, and still treasure it. They're not affiliated with us in any way, but I do recommend them because it's wonderful. Now, you can do a search. You can look through, do a search, what's on, shop, ticket search, and I've searched for this piece. I can't find it. There's only one museum in America, the Lowe Art Museum at the University of Miami. University of Miami, the Lowe Museum has it. And that was gifted to them by Dr. and Mrs. Rudolph Drozd. That's at the University of Miami Lowe Art. That's the only one in America I can find. You're telling me that's 900? I think 9,000 plus. All right, and here we go. I've got 9, and a $50 bid could win it. You take off that $450 frame, you're hitting a home run. Guys, there will never be another show like this. After 20 years, you know why no one else has done it? They don't have the inventory. They don't have an estate of 85,000 works of art fresh from Paris. This has not seen the light of day since it came out of the warehouse in Paris. That's why it looks fresh. That's why it looks brand new. Oh, I do like to remind myself that there are frequently viewers, pardon me, please go to my computer. On the right is Orban Huchet. He has been on our show 14 times. He's a wonderful artist. I collect him. I have a signed and dedicated piece by him in my bathroom. I have a print. I had an original, but I gave it to a very nice person. Orban Huchet was an attorney, and I never asked him because it was personal, but I think he won a big case because he moved out of his hometown in Brittany, moved to Paris, bought a penthouse, and casually said one day, oh, we were having champagne to watch them light the Eiffel Tower one night. We had 135 people on the terrace. Wait, you've got a penthouse overlooking the Champ de Mars, 135 people drinking champagne. Yeah, you're doing. I know he collected Mercedes. He told me, and he invited me to drive one of his vintage Mercedes, and I was too afraid. I know he had 3 yachts. I know he had properties, but at the end of World War II, he began buying art. Now, in 2005, he told us, I have 35,000 pieces in a warehouse. And then we went through them in about 10 years. And he said, oh, I have another warehouse. And then he passed away. His wife, Ruth, came to us and said, you know, there's a 3rd warehouse. Would you like it? And it turns out they were saving the best for last. They wanted to establish trust and business. We've treated them complete ethics and honesty. Now, his wife, Ruth, is retired in Florida, and she gets a check every month, and it's win-win. Orban, you done good. Now, you will never see this for $1,200. If you see it for $12,000, maybe. Let's go back to the art. He took care of his family and all of his descendants. Oh, and she has a very lovely place in Florida. She does not worry about money. All right, here we go. Or the grandkids. But I think he won a big case because he walked away from a law firm. Oh, he did open a printing facility, an atelier in downtown Paris, and published over 600 editions, not prints, editions of prints. He was doing okay. And he managed to buy 85,000 works of art. You're telling me that's $1,200. I'll buy it because I'm not a Dali expert. I'm not a Dali aficionado. I'm a Dali nut. All right, here we go at a record low. I've got 12 now, it's going to be at 13. I've got 12 going once. I got 12 going twice. The clock is done. All in, all done, all fair, all square. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bid is to you. That's how you hit a home run. You were in the right place at the right time. Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold. I'm so lucky. I've met Peter Max. I've had lunch with him. I've had dinner with him. I met him in the early 80s at the New York City Art Expo. I've worked with him. I've worked his shows. I've worked his booth. What a wonderful, decent human being. Born October 19th, 1937. He's an American artist known for what we see here, bright colors. I have 2 dedicated works by him as a gift, an original and a print. The original's in my bedroom. It's right next to the bed, and the print is in the hallway. He is a pop artist on the level of Andy Warhol. Born in Berlin, his father was Jacob Finkelstein. They fled Berlin in 1938. They were German Jews, and I would flee too. They lived in Shanghai, China, and they lived there for 10 years. And he said, even though I was a little kid, my time in Shanghai influenced my art for the rest of my life. He goes, I loved the colors and the ballet that I saw the monks do at the Buddhist temple directly across the street. He said it was a cross between calligraphy and ballet. He goes, even today I remember it as calligraphic ballet. We have that swooping line in Chinese art. It's calligraphy. In 1948, the war was over. The family moved to Haifa, Israel. They lived there for many years. He went to school in Mount Carmel, but he got scoldings. He was often drawing in his notebooks instead of taking notes. We know a few artists like that. And so his principal called in the mom and dad. They said, look, he's an artist. You got to give him art lessons after school. And so he began to study under a very famous Vienna expressionist by the name of Professor Huneck. And from there, the family, I think Peter was a big factor of it. From there, they moved to Paris. And he said, going to Paris changed my life. It greatly influenced for the rest of my life my appreciation for art. Now, at that time, there were drawing classes in the Louvre. I don't know if they still do that for young people. And he said that is where he fell in love with Fauvism. Do you know he took art lessons in the Louvre? Well, right after that, his family made their final move, and they moved to, are you ready? Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. He went to Lafayette High School. You know who sat next to him in school? The artist Paul Sorvino. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? Then he began his formal training at the Art Students League of New York in Manhattan. I mean, this is like, there's got to be a movie about this. The Art Students League. The Art Students League. Now, then he moved to a little Manhattan art studio. And the rest is just history. I think he solidified his place in the counterculture of America. There was a thing called a Be-In, a political gathering of mostly hippies in New York Central Park. And because of that, the artwork he did in the 70s, are you ready? He appeared on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson in 1968. And that led to a cover of Life magazine. And from there, are you ready? Go to my computer. He appeared on a United States stamp in 1974. 1974. Isn't that just great? Let's go back to the art. Now, this is valuable. If you've ever traveled, you know what these sell for. Now, I want to tell you one of my favorite stories that he told me, and yes, I'm going to name drop because I was lucky enough to live it. Peter Max told me this story over dinner in the early 90s. He said, I was having dinner with the chairman of Chrysler, Lee Iacocca, and he had just come from the Statue of Liberty. And they were talking about putting the Statue of Liberty on a stamp and commemorating it and, making a big fuss about it. And he went there, and if you go to the Statue of Liberty, it's made of big sheets of copper. And he said he looked up, and he goes, there was a 30-foot piece of copper that was flapping in the wind, and he looked around and he went, this place is a dump. They haven't repaired this thing in 100 years. Look at this. And everywhere you looked, there was dirt, and it was just falling apart. All of the ironwork on the interior. You know who made the interior of the Statue of Liberty? Bertoldi, the man who made the Eiffel Tower. I'm sorry, Gustave Eiffel made the interior, the steel iron beams. Bertoldi made the copper skin. That's another story. And so he goes, I was having dinner with Lee Iacocca, and he goes, you know what, Lee? You're a rich guy. I'm a rich guy. What do you say you and I fix it? And they did. That's why I like Peter Max. I love this. It's big, it's happy, it's history, it's American, about American as it gets. On the frame now, that's going to be 35 by 43. There's 4 feet right there. Now that's about a $900 frame, and I want you to check. And I can prove it. Go to the upper left. Go to the upper left. Now, a normal gallery would put a white mat board in there. You know, paper, cardboard, whatever you want to call it. That's 3-dimensional hand wrapped with linen. That's white lacquer. That's joinery work done by hand, and I'm below the price of the frame. What a time to be an art collector. Let's go to the certificate. Blushing Beauty, the original offset lithograph in colors, signed and dated by the artist, lower right, executed by Peter Max in 1999. Now, anytime you're getting a hand-signed Peter Max, you're above 5,000. It is hand-signed by one of America's greatest artists. One of America's greatest art. I would say very close to the stature of an Andy Warhol. But Andy Warhol was the founder of the movement. Once again, anytime you're below the price of the frame, oh, you think I'm kidding about hanging out with Peter Max? You think I'm kidding? Oh, what's that right there? See that one? That's in my hallway, right before my bedroom. I got my Harry Potter glasses on. See how old this book is. How about right there? That's the same thing in the background. Huh. Okay, let's go back to the art. It's free. It is, you're getting a hand-signed Peter Max, an American icon, an American legend. All right, and here we go. Oh, and you know what else I like about him? Peter Max worked with Aretha Franklin, who I think is one of the greatest singers of all time. I love her. When she did her famous Through the Storm album, he did the artwork. Go to my computer. And who doesn't love Aretha Franklin? Yeah, that's by Peter Max, signed to bottom right. Let's go back to the art. And you know what? He was such a good human being. Did you know he purchased in 1990 an entire collection of Chevrolet Corvettes? And who doesn't love a Corvette? My personal favorite, the 1963 split window. And of course, the 2026. I either like them really old or really new. I like all of them. He bought a whole collection of Chevy Corvettes for an art project. But he was older, it was just too much work, it was just too much. And so he auctioned them off at a huge profit, because wouldn't you like to say you owned a Corvette owned by Peter Max? You know what he did with all the money? You know what he did with all the money? Gave it away for a project to benefit American veterans. Yep. Now, we used to do art shows together at the Jacob Javits Convention Center in Manhattan, which is between 30th and 33rd on 11th. Next door is the Intrepid. If you don't know about the Intrepid, go to my computer. The Intrepid is next door. It's an aircraft carrier. It's right there in Hell's Kitchen. Been there many, many a time. But you know what's on it? I hope they have a picture of it. A section of the Berlin Wall. And you know what's painted on the top of that Berlin Wall? A dove of peace by Peter Max. Let's go back to the art. Try to find it. I'd be amazed if they had it in this. Don't let it get away. I'm still scrolling through that document. I don't know. I'm going to try to go as quick as I can. No, that article does not have the section of the Berlin Wall. Sorry about that. But it is there. It's at the museum. It is 100% at the museum. They're very proud of that section of the Berlin Wall that was shipped over from Berlin. Oh. And yes, I'm a Swiftie. Who doesn't like girly pop art? I mean, pop music. He painted Taylor Swift's portrait, and he gave it to her. And for her, both of her Grammy-winning albums, Fearless and Speak Now. And he just did 2 new portraits of her. Let's see. He's the official artist of the World Cup, 1994, the Grammys, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Super Bowl. In the year 2000, he did the paint scheme for Dale Earnhardt. That Dale Earnhardt drove at the Winston All-Star race. Who doesn't love Dale Earnhardt? He's the official artist of the World Series, the New York Yankees, the New York Mets, because he's a New Yorker. Because he's a New Yorker. I think he's awesome. Hey, Lee, you're a rich guy. I'm a rich guy. What do you say we fix the Statue of Liberty? And you know what? Shh, they did. You know what? If I was a rich guy, I'd do stuff like that too. I think that's just awesome. Peter, I hope you're watching because I'm a fan. I think you're awesome. I consider it a great honor to have met with you and have lunch with you and dined with you. Go to my computer. I have a classic photograph of him. Oh, not that one. Wait for it to come around. Wait for it to come around. Come on. I'll go back to the art. I've got a great photograph of him. I guess it has to loop through the entire collection of photographs. Okay, go to my computer. It's right. 3, 2, 1, go. There it is. Isn't that great? That's his apartment in Manhattan. Let's go back to the art. Isn't that great? It's just... He had a collection of Corvettes, sold them because he knew he'd never get around to painting them all. And I think, you know what I think? I don't know. Have you ever tried to store a car in Manhattan? Oh my gosh. A parking space is like $600 a month. And you got 20 cars. So anyhow, he sold them at auction, gave it away, gave the money away to benefit the veterans. Yeah, I like Peter Max. And no, my 2 Peter Maxes are not for sale. Okay, for $1 million. Okay, just pay off my mortgage. A crushing mortgage. All right, we have a new bidder. I do want to let everybody know you must be registered to bid. Registration is free. We do not telemarket. We don't sell your name on a mailing list. We've been doing this for 20 years. I said in the very beginning, an art dealer's mailing list is sacrosanct. You do not sell it. You do not touch it. That is a standard in the art business that's gone back 200 years since the founding of Sotheby's. You protect your clients. We have Grammy winners, Emmy winners. We have one EGOT, Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. We have NBA players. We have movie stars. We have TV stars. We have science fiction stars. We have NASCAR stars, basketball players. I think I mentioned that. Golfers, professional golfers that watch the show. You ain't getting nothing. Going once, going twice. Sold.
Takashi Murakami. Born on February 1st, 1962 in Tokyo, Japan, Takashi Murakami emerged as a groundbreaking figure in contemporary art, transcending boundaries and redefining artistic expression. From a young age, Murakami was captivated by anime and manga, igniting his passion for artistic creation. Despite initially pursuing a career in animation, he shifted his focus to fine arts, graduating from the Tokyo University of Arts. Dissatisfied with the state of contemporary art in Japan, Murakami embarked on a mission to challenge convention and blur the lines between high and low art. His provocative pieces, such as My Lonesome Cowboy, push boundaries and spark dialogue. Venturing abroad, Murakami immersed himself in the Western art scene, drawing inspiration from luminaries like Jeff Koons. His groundbreaking theory, Superflat, which highlights the flattening of cultural hierarchies, reshaped the landscape of modern art. Murakami's influence transcended traditional art spaces, permeating fashion, music, and popular culture. Collaborations with icons like Louis Vuitton and Kanye West propelled him to international acclaim, solidifying his status as a cultural force. Beyond his artistic achievements, Murakami is dedicated to nurturing the next generation of talent and fostering a vibrant art market. Through his company, Kai Kai Kiki, he continues to champion innovation and creativity on a global scale. Takashi Murakami, a visionary artist whose boundless imagination knows no limits. His legacy inspires us to embrace the extraordinary and challenge the status quo.
Welcome to the world of international superstars. And like I said in the very beginning, this is going to be a big show. Takashi Murakami is not just an artist. He is a billion-dollar global industry. He works in fine art. He works in painting. He works in sculpture. He works in commercial media. He works in fashion, merchandise, animation. I like this line. His artwork draws from the aesthetic characteristics of the Japanese artistic traditions and the nature of post-war Japanese culture. That's what I've been talking about for years. You can't have great art unless you understand art history. You can't have great art unless you understand art history. The history of art is the history of man, and yes, I include girls. But what he's done is distilled the essence of the time continuum in traditional Japanese culture to the insanity of the current art market of Japan, anime and manga, and it's wild. Now, it is all incorporated into a massive corporation, Kai Kai Kiki. They're in New York with an LLC. They're in LA. They're in Tokyo. It is, I don't even know where to begin. It's big. It's big. It's big. Superstars, Kanye West, Kid Cudi, Juice WRLD, Party Never Ends, The Future, which is a rock band. These are all, I don't even know who these are. I know Led Zeppelin. He just founded an art fair, Gaisei, which is in Japan. It's like the Paris Salon. It's so big. Now, when he was a little kid, he was a fan of comic books, manga, and then anime, which is TV, Japanese, and movie animation. And he said, someday I want to work in the animation industry. I'm going to be an artist. So he went to the Tokyo University of the Arts, and he learned everything to become an artist. And but there, his vision changed. He focused on Nihonga, which is very traditional Japanese art. I'll give you a classic example. Go to my computer. This is what he studied. Very traditional. I love that. Oh, I love that. That reminds me of an artist by the name of Tatsuo Ito. So you get the idea. Let's go back to the art. Traditional Japanese art. And that's how his training was. And then he got a PhD in Nihonga, traditional Japanese. Got his PhD. But then he began to learn and learn and learn. See, you have to study art history to make great art. Like Andy Warhol, like Peter Max. We're seeing that over and over. You can't just go out there and wing it. Okay, let me give you an idea. I think we all know who Jackson Pollock is. Jackson Pollock, sometimes, not always, would stand on a ladder and splatter paint. Let me give you an idea. His paint, he is in the $100 million club. Go to my computer real quick. The most famous. Yeah, that is about 100. Okay, I could do that, but you know what? I'm 70 years too late. They put that girl. Let's go back to the art. You know what I mean. You have to understand art history. Now, he just sold a small plastic sculpture. Plastic. My Lonesome Cowboy, $15 million. And it's meant to be a parody. In any event, this is one of the hottest artists in the world. And we are thrilled to be able to carry his work. I consider it a great honor. I know that anybody who acquires a Takashi Murakami is not paying a Tokyo price. They're not paying a New York City price. Okay, all right, go to my computer. Go see it. Yes, I went to go see The Bean in Chicago. I went to go see The Bean. And then I went to my favorite place. I love this place. The Art Institute of Chicago. I took that photo. The lighting was perfect that day. That's right by the front door of the Art Institute of Chicago. That's a museum in downtown Chicago. I took those photos. Hang on, we're going to get there. Okay, I'm taking too much time. Yes. 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 Those were $14,000. Aren't you glad you bought one on our show? Those were $14,000. Okay, get to the point. I love this. Marcel Duchamp. There. Takashi Murakami at the Art Institute of Chicago. I was like, this is great. I enjoyed that so much. Let's go back to the art. You realize these sell for about $15,000. I can prove it. It's hold on a minute. Why doesn't it? Okay, goodness. Everything's a production with this computer. Hold on, it's live TV. I have to do it properly. Oopsie. If you know anything about Takashi Murakami being one of the highest rated artists in the world, I'll just give you an idea. You see this? Oops, sorry. Go to my, not yet. Go to my computer. It's a plastic sculpture. It's plastic. That is a plastic sculpture. It's about 2 feet tall. How much? Oh, 100 grand. Ah, okay. Yeah, that'll go up. You can see how big it is. There he is signing it. Let's go back to the art. Wait till I show you prints. You won't believe me, but it's real. Okay, go to my computer. Takashi Murakami has merged with Louis Vuitton, and this is called gift wrapping paper, or wrapping paper, properly, wrapping paper. How much for a sheet of wrapping paper? Oh, $50,000. I'll take 2. What do you think a signed and numbered limited edition print from 2007? This is from 2005. It is a silk screen print, 29 by 29. 50 grand. And that's what you get. It's not a joke. And they're going to sell it. Why? Because he captures the essence of today's global consumerism in a museum way, like Andy Warhol did. Let me measure it. Oh, because this is not a low-end one. On the frame now, remember, this is 4 feet. Oops. 42 by, well, 41. Let me check that again. Yep, 42 by 41. There's 4 feet. And that's about a $1,200 frame minimum. About a $1,200 frame minimum. This is 3 feet. Where's the value? Right here. Let's go to the bottom right. In gold, hand signed in gold. Is that silver? Silver. Let's go to the certificate. The flower ball in 3D. Offset lithograph printed in colors on a wove paper, hand signed, numbered by the artist, 300 in the world. And there it is right there, Kaikai Kiki Company, Tokyo. Wow. Wow. 19 years old, extremely rare, sold out edition. I'm looking for a little bit closer to 30,000. You know it and I know it, and I know you know it. You're just not, go to my computer. Same size, same signature, same. 2005, I'm offering you one for 2007. How much? No frame. Shipped in its flat gallery box, no frame. Let's go back to the art. When you see a phenomenon like this in the art world, I compare him to like an Andy Warhol. And I don't like everything he does. This print, to me, is to go to my computer. I just don't know who Tentenbo is. Maybe if I was a fan of anime, I don't know who Tentenbo is. I just don't watch enough Japanese anime. 39,800. Let's go back to the art. Oh, there's nothing out there under 10,000. Here's a little print that was done 2 years ago. Little. Go to my computer, and I like this. 26,000. That's about what you're going to find. Kai Kiki. Signed and numbered in ink. It's nice. Let's go back to the art. Guys, bid on this. This is his signature piece. The sunflowers are his signature piece. The most affordable flowers I can find. Go to my computer. Same thing. Oh. Huh. All right. 10 cents on the dollar. 10 cents on the dollar now. 10 cents on the dollar now. That's 6 inches by 12. 12 by 6 inches. 12 by 6 inches. I told you it was little. I'm offering you one that's almost 4 feet tall. It's over 3 feet. 42 by 41. Same flowers. That's only 6 inches across. Unframed. All right, let's go back to the art. Final. Oh, and did you know he just paired with the LA Dodgers? I'm going to try to, okay, let's do this. Not it. Boom. Here. I'm just going to type in LA Dodgers real quick because I know we have used up a lot of time, and this is. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Didn't forget. Go to my computer. Do you see the? Oops, sorry. Do you see the sunflower at the top of the page in 3, 2, 1? Say, this is all Takashi Murakami, LA Dodgers, LA Lakers merch. Oh, in the Chicago Cubs, that's a new one. There it is. There's the flower. Right there. $120 for a t-shirt. $120 for a t-shirt. Oh, it's got the Nike logo, and it's got sunflowers. Guys, bid on this. Bid on this. It's underbid by thousands. Let's see who else he's collaborated with. He's got the Dodgers, Chicago Cubs, World Tour, Major League Baseball. $250 for a jersey. What? Well, I'll take 2. Let's go back to the art. Unreal. Oh, yes, and that is official Major League Baseball merchandise. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. If you want a home run, if we're not 10,000 underbid, I don't know what to do. But in any event, enjoy. And yes, he anything signed. All right, and here we go. Holy mackerel. Take off that $1,200 frame, you're doing all right. Now, I don't know if you can read it. Go to my computer. There's a lot about Japanese art I don't understand. This is a rainbow bridge of skulls with a dragon on it. I guess I'm not a fan of anime. I'm not hip to the lingo. It's a rainbow bridge of skulls with a giant dragon on top. And that's $24,850, but you get the frame. I think I'd rather have happy sunflowers. Let's go back to the art. But I see you have to be.
My Chinese zodiac is a tiger. 34.
Yes.
Chinese zodiac always says, "Beware the monkey."
Oh, okay.
Tiger.
Okay.
The monkey's supposed to be like my opposite sign.
Okay.
Beware the monkey.
Well, from now on, I'll call you Eye of the Tiger. Tony's a tiger. Grr. You're making me think of Mike Myers, Austin Powers. You're a tiger. Grr. In the photo shoot. Once again, it's a buyer's market. Okay. Go to my computer. Same thing. Same thing. This is only 6 inches wide, 6 by 12 inches. $20,000. It's 6 by 12 inches, but it is signed. All right. And the hammer's up, and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
An astounding new artist in the realm of contemporary art, Josh Hernandez, aka Mad Charcoal, is one of the most exciting and innovative artists we introduce to our audiences. Termed a groundbreaking figure in expressive abstract realism, his evocative portraits capture human emotion and experience, blending technical mastery with raw, emotional depth. With millions of followers on Instagram and over 7 million TikTok followers, he is truly one of the most talented young artists to emerge onto the art scene. Renowned for his mastery of charcoal, he creates artworks that blend hyperrealism with emotional depth, producing works that resonate deeply with viewers and collectors. His rise in the art world has been marked by an uncompromising dedication to exploring human emotion, the fragility of existence, and the power of narrative. With a unique vision for detail, he crafts intricate, large-scale compositions that are at once haunting and captivating. His subjects, ranging from raw portraits of human faces to dynamic movement, leap off the canvas alive with intensity. The stark contrasts of light and shadow in his pieces evoke a visceral reaction, challenging viewers to confront the underlying themes that permeate his work. Through his unique, innovative use of charcoal, he has established himself as an essential voice in modern art. Mad Charcoal's fearless experimentation with tools like erasers, brushes, and the use of his hands as an artistic tool has transformed the traditionally rigid medium into a fluid, dynamic art form. Join us at the Fine Art Auction for a front row seat and experience the extraordinary artistry of Mad Charcoal as we showcase these magnificent works of art and make them available to collectors worldwide.
one of the nicer things about this show is that we get these wonderful young artists and we give them exposure, and then we get to sit back and relax and enjoy as their career takes off. I think one of the biggest success stories on this show is Sarah Wall. She appeared on our show once and got I think a 7-figure contract. I don't know, but I know it was big. She signed a contract with the biggest gallery chain in the world. Simon Roland is now Kef is now an internationally famous artist, and we can go on and on. Carl Stryker, oh my gosh. But Mad Charcoal, Josh Hernandez, he's just a baby. Born in 1995, is a self-taught American artist, and he's known for his portraits. They're beautiful. They're abstraction. They're real. He's got a lot of faith, a lot of raw emotion. Raised up in downtown LA, and now he's based out of Phoenix, Arizona. I love both cities. I quote, "He transforms the grit of his upbringing and the depth of his faith to a powerful visual meditation on humanity. And from an early age, Hernandez was known as the kid who draws." We just talked about Peter Max and Salvador Dali. He said he would draw in his textbooks rather than study them. Yeah, there are real artists out there. He said, "But my big art breakthrough came in high school when I first picked up charcoal." He said, "I was drawn to it. It's very dark. It's very immediate. It's intimate. It gives me a freedom." And I would say he's a master of charcoal. And I'm not alone in that. I mean, he has art critics around the world that admire him. And so, like a lot of young art students, he started working in the biz. He was a graphic designer. And it was only 6 years ago that he started doing charcoal portraits online. And now he has 9 million collectors, followers, admirers. Guess what that led to? Marshall Gallery of Scottsdale, Krause Gallery, New York City, Luca Gallery, right down here in Atlanta, right downtown Atlanta. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. He's doing us a favor. An artist of his stature. I mean, if you're being shown in a gallery in New York City, you're big. You're big. Now this one is full size. On the frame now, and that is a custom black satin finish lacquer. 26 by 31, 26 by 31. There's a full yardstick there. That is superb. And you know what I love about it? Let's have a look at the signature. It's about an 8-inch signature, J-O-S-H, in very fine lettering. Let's go to the bottom left. It is a printer's proof. Printer's proof are typically the very first ones that come off of the printing press. And they set the standard for the rest of the edition. And as I buy it now, we're below the price of the frame. Let's go to the certificate. Nothing but the blood. This is, of course, the Via Dolorosa, the Way of Sorrows. This is the Stations of the Cross. I believe it is the moment before Saint Veronica offers her veil to wipe off his face, because there is blood on his face. The Giclée is archival pigments on a wove paper signed by the artist lower right, numbered lower left, signed, numbered, and inscribed on the back, and I will show you. Now, custom framing like this, wait till I show you. Go to your framer, and when you have them do this, you're looking at a $500 frame minimum. And there is plexi on that. That is all custom framing, signed on the front, signed on the back. Signed on the front, signed on the back. And that's real wood. "26 by 31. You can see by my hand here. I'm regular size. I'm not big or little. Where'd I just put the? What the? There's chickens in here. What'd I just do with the ruler I had in my hand? Where did it go? Oh, durr. I put it on the table so I wouldn't lose it. I consider it a good day if I can go into a room and remember why I went in there. That's true. Today was a good day. Shoes, yes, yes. And if I can make it out to the car and drive away on the first try, that means keys, cell phone, everything, I'm very proud of myself. Now, do you really want to know, is he making it? Is he on the big upswing? Is he a superstar? Yeah, oh yeah, I can prove it. How do you know when an artist has gone big, big? Go to my computer. They offer merch. He's got drawing kits, he's got palette knives, he's got everything. He also has online courses. You can learn how to draw for $249. And yep, he sells. Yep. Oh, there he is. This guy's cool. How come I have no volume? What did I do? I broke it. I hope oh, there it is.
How I learned to gesture draw over the years and what I do every day before I create my long-term drawings. In this course, you can expect to learn a lot of really valuable things for your art career, including what materials I use for this drawing process, the setup that I have, including my easel, my drawing board, the paper I use, my reference, even lighting to be able to draw effectively, quickly, and beautifully. So in this course, I'll be teaching you a lot of...
Okay, we must move on. Let's go back to the art. This is a buy it now. We're below the price of the frame. Beautiful, powerful, elegant. And yes, and of course, it is the Way of Sorrows, the Stations of the Cross. Now, when you look at an artist, you look in many factors. You look at quality. You look at, is his career on the way up? Yes. If you have a gallery in Atlanta, a gallery in Scottsdale, a gallery in Manhattan, and they're picking up your career, oh yeah, yes. And of course, as you know, there are 14 traditional Stations of the Cross. And I would say this is 6. Number 1, he's condemned to death. Number 2, he takes up the cross. Number 3, he falls the first time. That may be this moment, but I don't think it is. Number 4, he meets his mother. Simon helps Jesus carry the cross. I believe this is either 6 or 7, where Veronica wipes the face of Jesus, or Jesus falls the second time. But I don't know. We'd have to talk to him. I know I love it. I think it is profound. I think it is beautiful. And he's got it. He's got it. He's the real deal. And, on a tangent here, I have yet to see anything out of AI art. It's nice. It's interesting. It doesn't warm my heart. You know what I think AI is perfect for? Video games and interior decoration, especially paint schemes. I've seen some AI renderings of Paint is so expensive now. Why is paint so expensive? I don't know. They only been making it 500 years, but a gallon of paint, $60. But anyhow, I've seen AI renderings where they take a normal room, AI it to do pastel colors, like it'll go from green into yellow, then into blue, then into pink. And I'm like, that would be an excellent paint scheme. But as far as making pure art, I don't know. Not yet. And I try to keep an open mind.
Down to one left, Rick.
One left.
We're going to give them one more minute, one left. Who's going to take the last one?
We have one left, below the price of that $500 custom frame, and I want you to check. Said it before and I'll say it again. It's an art buyer's paradise. It's a buyer's market. Okay, we have one left. And by the way, we got a lot of late callers on that Takashi Murakami. We got a lot of late callers on the Peter Max. Okay, we're going to give it just about another 30 seconds. We have one left. And if I don't say it's sold out, we're just going to move on, and then that'll give you a moment.
All right, we do have the one left. It's still available. Next caller can take it, but we're going to move on.
Swirling waves of monochromatic patterns spill onto canvas and walls alike in the hands of Kev.
Die Linien, die male ich nie gerade oder nie mit Ecken, weil alles muss im Flow sein und das kommt eher so, also die Inspiration kommt mehr aus der Natur, weil dort ist alles sehr harmonisch und alles fließt ineinander und deswegen this is very harmonious for me and somehow it makes me calm to paint this. I don't paint them straight or I don't paint edges because it's somehow disturbing in my mind, so I keep it very much in the flow and this is very important for me.
Born in Germany, Kev came up in the street art scene of the early 2000s, creating large-scale pattern paintings and murals. Starting with graffiti when he was 14, he decided to make art more seriously in his early 20s and left Germany for London in 2013. Commissioned by retailer Urban Outfitters, Kev designed the interiors for stores from London to Berlin.
With Urban Outfitters, they invited me to paint and I could do just what I want to do there on their walls. It was good. It really pushed my confidence even more to do just my thing, and after this project was finished, I just continued my work. I was invited to a project in Dali, the city, and there's a big lake, it's called Erhai Lake. There are water tanks to clean the water, and I could paint one of those tanks. I can't even imagine, as this is just in me, like, you know, it's in my blood somehow to do this.
Seeing his work as hypnotic, harmonious, and peaceful, there is an underlying spiritual element to Kev's art. It is no surprise that his artwork comes directly from his soul and is deeply inspired by nature and Buddhist philosophy.
I remember the very first day I met Simon Keff, traveling all day, on my feet all day. I get a phone call. I had no idea what was in store for me. I sat down and looked at your art, and I thought they were reduced photomechanical giclée. And then you said they were originals with a varnish coat. You saw me put my nose on there, and I went, I can't believe it. And then the very next day when I met him at the Paris Salon, it reaffirmed everything I already knew. I think you have it. Whatever it is, you have it. Bear witness to a moment in history. I remember being quite pleasantly surprised when I found out that Mitch broke my KEF auction record.
I genuinely believe in 5 to 10 years' time, we're going to look back, and this is just the beginning of where KEF is headed.
Sold! Sold!
Sold for $29,000.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at $63,000. A new.
I can't think of a single artist that's taken off as fast in as short a period of time as KEF.
Because of KEF's success in China, Italy, Germany, America, and France, the prices are going up. But you know something? He's such a decent, wonderful person. And as you know, he got his, I don't know, springboard on this show. Tony says he takes pity on us. But we have a new release here, and I highly recommend it. I think it is beautiful. That's going to be 35 by 26. And it is under resin, it is on canvas. It's a mixed media original from a series of originals. But I do want to show you something that makes it exquisite. Like I said, it is on canvas. And it is hand signed. But the amount of diamond dust on this is unprecedented. Now that's all hand painted resin, that's not glass. And then he goes over it with a blowtorch and a pin to pop all the little bubbles on there. Kim, you had a technique to make the diamond dust really come alive. What do we do on that? We got to lower the, all right, well, I'll do that in a little bit. Okay. Do want to let you know this is float mount custom frame. If we go to the bottom right, because the paint and the resin goes around the corner of the work of art, it's recessed or floating about an inch. Now it does look better in person. You can kind of see it on, well, you can and you can't because it's a TV camera. We put it back on the mark. Tony did adjust the lights. Let me see if I can get, oh.
If I adjust the lights, you'll know it.
Oh, it'll get darker?
It'll get real dark.
Ah. Oh. Like a hot rod.
That Cadillac pearl coat.
They got that Cadillac pearl coat. Rebuilt salvage title, 10 years old, but it's a Cadillac. But it is a Cadillac. Yeah, you know what because of the LA hot rod culture, all the Formula One cars went to a matte finish. I want to bring back the candy apple red. Oh, mango orange? Well, it's delicious, but let's go to the certificate. KEF, stillness holds light. Number 6 in the series. It's an original mixed media work with diamond dust under the resin on the canvas. It is hand signed by Simon Rollin, KEF, which is his nom de plume, not a nom de guerre, from a series of unique variants executed by KEF in 2026. The record for an original is $61,000. I have a $500 bid. I've got an $800 frame. We are offering you a mixed media original. Now, because of the diamond dust and the resin, we can't say, oh, it's an original oil. No, that would sell it short. When you mixed medias, you have to, well, okay, let's say you have you make a pen and ink, or you make, pen and ink, or you make a pencil drawing and then put watercolor. Technically, that's a mixed media. So we like to be accurate. Go to my computer. 4 years ago, when Argentina won the World Cup. 5 billion people. Now they're saying 5.5 billion. I'll have to look at the series. When Spain won, Viva España.
Wait. What?
The inspiration behind my design is that first it's the desert rose from Qatar, which I think the organic shape suits very well my work. And second, the colors of both countries, Germany and Qatar, I made them meld together into my design.
Wait. What?
In football, it's the touchdown. In baseball, it's the grand slam. And in tennis. In soccer, you kick it through the goalpost. There were 8 artists that were the official artist of World Cup soccer. He was one of them. That's big. You know what else is big? BMW of Tampa just had him paint $150,000 7 Series, the top of the line BMW, in a very similar, not exact, but that diamond dust paint scheme. And that follows on the heels of, hope it's the right one. No, it's not the right one. This one. Go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, my record, standing where I'm standing right now, for a mixed media original, is $31,000. I've got a $650 bid. Guys, in the world of art, he's the fastest growing superstar. Go to my computer. This is translated from German. Alte Stadthaus. That's Berlin City Hall. This is Berlin City Hall, covered with a laser projection of Kef. This is mind-boggling. He's so big. China. Let's go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever wanted a young superstar on the way up, I mean, I don't see how you can get any better credentials. Let me give you an idea. He is attracting a level of celebrity. In my opinion, the three greatest rock and roll bands are the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Led Zeppelin. Now, I know there are many other great ones, but go to my computer. He just went to England and did a charity benefit with the man that sang Stairway to Heaven and A Whole Lot of Love. That's Robert Plant. That painting right here, the one on the bottom left, that sold for $61,000. I've got an $850 bid. What'll it be worth in 10 years? He's so young. Go back to the art. We should be at 8,500. Guys, you're at the price of the frame. I have sold his paintings for $31,000. Underbid. Underbid. 10,000, I don't even know anymore. This is an all-time record low. We've been in business 20 years. Go to my computer. See that painting right there? On this TV show. He's going to show you how he painted it. I, Ray Taylor, sold that painting for $31,000. Hold on a moment. Here it comes. Oops, sorry.
The whole world needs, and that is harmony. So for me, this work called Heart for Harmony is deeply personal, like next level. It's always been the focus in my art. Spirit, flow, and harmony. For me, the joy of painting is absolute freedom, and that is what this heart represents. I can express what I think the whole world needs, and that is harmony. Just like all of my art, this work that is now part of a museum exhibition in the UK brings public awareness to social issues. My artwork is highly visible art, directed expressions of my experience. It's really that simple. I want this work to be that beacon of hope that inspires others. My art is an indelible mark left not only on the canvas, but on the mind of those who view it. Inspiring and affecting change as an artist did not begin with me, but I'm grateful to carry on this monumental responsibility.
Let's go back to the art. This is an all-time record low. Guys, bid on this. I'm telling you, bid on this. If you've ever wanted a home run, if you've ever wanted something easy, you know. Absolutely the lowest we've ever had. The quality of workmanship. There's no edition number. It is on canvas. Go to a gallery in Berlin and try to pick this up for $5,000. I'll give you. If you ever see this at 7,000, buy it. This is incredible. I'm going to try something I tried a long time ago. I don't know if it's going to work. Can we zoom in on the upper right? No. The diamond dust is just so much better in person. Nah, it's not working. Let's go back to the art. Free money. Get your free money. This show. You wonder why I don't pitch a fit. Oh, bless his little heart. He means well. That is just. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. I'm gonna wake up every 3 hours crying. Okay, we've had Prince sell for 3 times this. Yeah, 46. Was it 4,600? I don't know anymore. Go to my computer. You sure you don't want to bid? Number 4. Oh, $30,000. Oh, okay, all right. I don't know what's happening. Let's go back to the art. Don't sell it. I don't. Go to my computer. You know, there are galleries all over the world that carry these. 38. Oh, how much? Oh, okay. What about the one on the right? Oh, okay. Oh, how about the? Oh, all right. Okay. Huh. Oh, okay. Number 11 in the series. Soft Desire number 11. 32. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Huh. Isn't that something? Let's go back to the art. This is cheaper than a print. Hush. Raymond, you know you get grumpy. Be nice to everybody. But I don't want to. I want to be a grumpy old coot. And that's why I love this show. I'm a working slob. I'm not rich. But how often does a working slob get a lucky break? You ever go to a grocery store? I got 3 bags. I'm like, this is $100? I just saw a $9.90 pack of bologna. You know what I said? Baloney. All right, Myrtle May. Oh, Myrtle May. Myrtle May. And if you want to feel good, watch the movie Harvey and have Myrtle May tell you a story. You know, with James Stewart and the giant rabbit named Harvey. He was a puka. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Frank Shepard Fairey is considered by many to be America's Banksy. He's a giant, he is a legend. I consider him the most important contemporary artist in America, and that's saying a lot. He was born February 15th, 1970. an activist, a founder of a clothing line, Obey Clothing, and you can still buy it, you'll find it. And it all came out of the skateboarding scene. In 1989, he designed Andre the Giant Has a Posse. It was an experiment in social phenomenology. It was a sticker campaign that he created attending the Rhode Island School of Design. He then designed the Barack Obama Hope poster for the 2008 United States presidential election. I think that really put his footprint on American society. The Institute of Contemporary Art in Boston has described him as one of the best known and most influential street artists in the world. His works are in the permanent collections of the Smithsonian, quite rare for a living artist, the LA County Museum of Art, which is spectacular. You must go. The Museum of Modern Art in New York City. If you can only see, if God, fate, the good Lord allots you one museum left in your life, go to the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. It's the home of Matisse's The Dance, a Van Gogh Sunflower, Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, and Les Demoiselles d'Avignon by Pablo Picasso, currently appraised at $1.2 billion with a B dollars. If you have one museum left in you, Museum of Modern Art, New York City. Museum of Contemporary Art, San Diego, the National Portrait Gallery of Washington, D.C., the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts in Richmond, Virginia, and abroad, the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. His style has been described as a bold, iconic style that is based on styling and idealizing images. If you are a regular viewer of the show, you remember that for years, many, many years, I predict Shepard Fairey will be a member of the $100,000 club. And for years, I kept saying it. He's going to be in the $100,000 club. He's going to be in the $100,000 club. And I would show, pardon me, an image called the Peace Goddess at $80,000. And that was 2009. I kept saying, he's going to be in the $100,000 club, $100,000 club. I said, I know it, I can feel it. And then live on television, October 4th, 2018, the auction was at Sotheby's of New York. October 4th, 3 days earlier, 2018, I announced his painting coming out of the collection of Marsha and Robin Williams, The Arab Woman, at $112,000. Well, I'm proud to announce that at Sotheby's of New York, October 2nd, 2020, Obama Hope sold with an auction estimate of $50,000. An original painting by him is just sold at $600,000. And it was an edition of 3. Yep, it was a limited edition at $600,000. And he's a young man. The best is yet to come. I also want to let you know something that, like a lot of these young, new artists, they're very altruistic. He is a great philanthropist, and I respect him. He's a hero. Yes. Now, there is a precedent on this work of art, but let's go to my computer. I like to, demonstrate that I have done my research. Put my money where my mouth is. Here is we were looking at the Peace Goddess earlier, right there. And I said that one day he will be in the $100,000 club. Then at auction, and I remember this, it's called The Arab Woman. That's a mixed media painting, stencil, silkscreen, paper, collage. And the hammer fell at $90,000. With buyer's premium, it was $112,000. So yes, that did happen. 2018 at Sotheby's in Manhattan. Now, to further back it up, this work of art It was an edition of 3. The new current record, 6 years ago at Sotheby's, with buyer's premium, is $600,000. Now, to discuss it further, my computer may freeze up when I do this. Go back to the art. I have to reset it. Anytime I go backward on this search, it gives me the spiral. Whoopsie, whoopsie. Right. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can start over. Uno momento, por favor. Hang on, it's reloading. And I don't know why this website does that, but I do like to be very, because I'm an art collector and I want to know too. There is a precedent for this work of art. Okay, now I'm ready. Let's go to my computer. When we go to not paintings or mixed media works, we're going to proper editions, prints that are in a proper edition. Prints. Okay, the current record is $40,000. So we look at all of these prints, 31,000, 30,000, 28,000, 24,000. Now we're in the $17,000 range, $16,000 range. And I go right to page 2. I'm looking for an exact precedent. What has happened? And here it is right here. The same dove. The same dove. It sold 4 years ago, hand signed and dated. The hammer fell at $11,799, so that put us right around $14,000. So we have precedent at $14,000. We have precedent at $14,000. I've got a $275 bid, and I've got a $600 custom frame. You're living in an art collector's paradise. 32 by 31. 32 by 31. Where's the value? Let's go to the bottom right. Hand signed. Bottom right, hand signed. There it is right there. You wouldn't be wrong at 10,000. Let's go to the certificate. The geometric dove is in blue. The previous geometric dove sold for $14,000 at auction just 4 years ago. The lithograph is in color on wove paper, hand signed and dated by the artist. Executed 3 years ago. If you get this for $5,000, do the happy dance. Precedent has been set that this is a successful image. Go to my computer. Here it is. He did do an earlier edition. The edition was published in 2012. The hammer fell at $11,000. Same size. That was in Perugia, Italy. Named after Perugino. So $11,800. We add 28% for that. So about 13, 14,000. I think we're safe with that. Published in 2012, 10 years later, they had a minimum opening bid of 10,000 euros. They had a reserve at that auction. I've got a $300 bid. What do you think? Let's go back to the art. I am less than half the price of the frame. Go to my computer. So why should I buy this? Why? Quite young, very handsome. He's in the Institute of Contemporary Art. He is one of the few living artists in the Smithsonian. He is one of the few living artists in the Smithsonian. Most of the time, it's a posthumous honor or induction. He's in the LA County Museum of Art. You know what I'm going to say. I say it every time. I love that place. You know, it's across the street. The Peterson Automotive Museum with the Batmobile, the Monkey Mobile, the Batcycle, full-scale, life-size Hot Wheels cars, and much, 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 much more. You know what it's next door to? The La Brea Tar Pits with saber-toothed tiger skulls. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How about the Museum of Modern Art in New York City? He's a living artist in the Museum of Modern Art. You're telling me that's $300? His signature is worth more than $2,000. His autograph. If you're a living artist and you're in the Museum of Modern Art, you really think something in a $700-800 frame is $375? He's in the Museum of Contemporary Art, San Diego. He's in the National, I'm going to click on it. Why? Because I love this picture. He's in the National Portrait Gallery. He's in the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. He's in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. I love this picture. Look at that. Yeah, you're in there, a living artist, and your prints are $400? He's in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. I want to go. I want to walk up those stairs. All right, let's go back to the art. Free money. Free money. And we have a precedent. We know that the last time he did the Dove, go to my computer, he published it in 2012. He published it in 2012, the Dove Target. 10 years later, it sold at auction for 11,000 euros in Italy. Roughly the same size, not exact. And there it is right there. Free money. I think we're at least 5,000 underbid. All right, we are below the cost of the frame. The art is free. It is signed. It is real. Every work of art on this show for the last 20 years is guaranteed authentic forever. No catch, no fine print. You don't have to come in on Thursday with a coupon wearing a brown shirt and a dog named Mickey. I think I shamed Shell Gas and T-Mobile. They did a promo where you got 5 cents off on a gallon of gas. That's a 1.3% discount. I'm like, really? They make billions every year, not millions. And you get a 1.3% discount? Ooh. Let's go to the certificate. Hand signed. Lithograph. $700 frame. I do not bid for you. I don't raise the bid. I don't throw in a bid. I don't set the bid. No, none of that. I've got 4 1/4 going once. We will pay you to buy it. I've got 4 1/4 going twice. This is a loss leader. No gallery in the world, would even come near this price. And if you can find one, I'll put them on TV for free. All right, I've drugged my feet. I have drugged my feet to the very, very best. 4 1/4, free money. I don't know what else to say. I know I'm going to get a late bidder. It's free. I can't do any. Go into a frame shop. Tell me a frame shop anywhere in the world that'll give you that frame for $4.25. Oh, he's a grumpy old goose tonight. I'm going to get home and Sweetie's going to say, you should listen to yourself sometimes. That's what she says. Well, I got to quote Squint Eastwood. A man's got to know his limitations. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. The word masterpiece came immediately to mind when I saw this. We have had undoubtedly spectacular handmade sculptures by Jean-Claude Navarro. And this is as good as the one last week. I would put it up in the very, very top. It is coming from his estate. He passed away, it can't be 11 years ago. It feels like 2 years ago. How can it be 11? He passed away in 2015. And if it wasn't for the kindness and the generosity, and I don't think I have enough superlatives. Go to my computer. Once again, Orban Huchette made the introduction. That is one of my favorite places in the world. It's a shopping mall called Springtime, La Printemps. It's at Galerie Lafayette in Paris, and it is beautiful. I know he's a little bit out of focus, but the reason I like to show this photograph is because many times in his paintings, he would put his beloved dog, Bahia. In any event, let's go back to the art. It was Orban Huchette, when he was living in Paris, introduced us to the art of Jean-Claude Navarro. And Orban, we're grateful. You know something? He made this show, and little details like this that make this show wonderful for the collector. He also gave us our philosophy. No minimum bid. Treat people with confidence and elegance. Respect their privacy. No telemarketing. Now, we will return a call. If you call during a live show and leave your number, we're going to call you back. I don't mind. Let's go. But being in the art business, one thing I've noticed is that when you have an art dealer, especially one from France, they tend to wax poetic. Oh, the luscious lavenders and pinks cascading in a crepuscular curtain. That's a shadow. Just give it to me straight. I like Walter Cronkite, and that's the way it is. Go to my computer. This is ArtNet. You can join for free. It's free. You can look at it for free. You don't have to join. But they give it to you straight. I don't want all the fluffiness. Well, sometimes you do. Jean-Claude Navarro was a French artist. Good. We're off to a good start. Considered one of the greatest glassmakers of the 20th century. Boom. We're done. This puts him on a level of Chihuly. Dale Chihuly, a giant. Jean-Claude Navarro is a giant, an international superstar. Navarro's lamps, bottles, and vases utilize Art Deco inspired shapes to create swirling, I'll print this out for you, swirling colorful form. Now he pioneered techniques which included adding and layering unique materials directly into the glass. Now, molten glass melts at 2,800 degrees. Lava, rocks are at 3,000 degrees. Gold leaf melts at 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit. How did he do this? Why didn't it vaporize? Now, this has the most gold, I think, of anything. I've never seen one with this much gold. I have no idea how he did it. He adds metal oxides, precious stones, luminescent powders. I will show you one. Not all, some of them glow in the dark. He is included in the Guinness Book of World Records. Does that matter? Yes. Yes, it matters. He began studying glassmaking at the age of 14. He founded his own studio in 1977. He was wealthy and successful enough to live in Monaco, and he passed away, that can't be 12 years ago, but he did. Now, this is directly from his estate. There is no middleman. We're getting it from the family. Let me show you something. A 1-inch perfume vial. A 1 ounce. A small one sells for how much? This is a 1 ounce perfume vial. 1 ounce, but it's signed. On a true masterpiece like this, and given the fact that he passed away 12 years ago, given the fact that it is fresh to the market, directly from his estate, we're looking for about $15,000 to $20,000. Let's go to the certificate. Glass sculpture, it is a blown glass vase, hand blown with his own breath. And the stoppers are running $2,000 now. Multicolor emulsions and gold leaf, the most I think we've ever had on the show. It is signed and dated on the base. I'll show you. It is from his personal collection, executed in the year 2000. It has never been shown in a gallery. It is coming directly from Monte Carlo, Monaco, the home of the Grimaldi family. This stopper, I love the bubble on the top, it's going to run you about $2,000. I love it. Whee! That's got to be 25 pounds. Now, just to let you know, he would sign it in the block letters here, Navarro. And then that is an autograph here. And then Jean, I can't read that. What is that word? Jean? I can see the Jean. Claude? That looks like I don't know. I'm going to leave it right here. It's going to wobble. I'm going to get a flashlight. Does anybody know what that says? Jean? No. Pour Ilan? I don't know. Pour Ilan. For Elaine de Navarro. Maybe it's for a daughter. I don't know. I do know he had an electric motor with a flexible shaft with a diamond bit on the end. It was not a drill. And he would sign it in block letters, and then he would autograph them. That is his autograph. Now, holy mackerel. Look at the gold on that. Yeah, this is his masterpiece. It is three-dimensional. I think it is the most complex, superb glasswork ever been shown on television. And the other thing I love about it is how he swirled the top. Kind of like the eye of a hurricane or a tornado. And yeah, that's all done by hand. This is a tour de force. This is a masterpiece. I could easily see this in the Corning Glass Museum. That is really, really heavy. I'm below the price of the stopper. And how do I know that? We had a client call in from Monaco and say that the wealthy, not this shape, but there are other shapes, they drink cognac out of, and they'll sometimes drop the stopper. It costs $2,000 to replace this. Look at that. That is a Miro painting right there. Look at that. That's a Miro painting right there. Okay, this is what $25,000 looks like. Look at that. That's Kandinsky. Oh my goodness. This is a masterpiece. This is a masterpiece. And you know what? And then what'll happen? One day they'll all be gone. And then we'll see them on. People call, oh, I'll give you $20,000. Guys, do you know how much this would be in Monaco? A plate of pasta in Monaco is $75. Not out in the country, if you go to Monte Carlo, if you go Monte Carlo proper. Glass of wine is 60 euros. I'm going to get a different light, something with a little bit more oomph. No, I think we are less than 10 cents on the dollar. Even when you look at it from the side, it's so three-dimensional. What's going on with my light? Get a new battery or something. Yeah, this is a 10. This is a 10. This is a museum piece. That is a museum piece. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Unbelievably underbid. I do have a very short video I can show you of how these are made, and it's boggling. It is just incredible, the level of his accomplishment. Go to my computer.
And I discovered this profession. I was 14 years old. I was 14 years old, and I really enjoyed it, and I made it my passion, and it's my life, and it's my job. It's not the number of pieces that I make. It's the pieces that stay good because the pieces, when they're blown and finished, that they go into the kiln for 5 days. If there's always 1, 2, or 3 that break because I received them for days, and you never know which ones are going to break because of the colors inside. 1,200 degrees. I work at between 1,100 and 800 degrees. When the piece is finished, it goes into the kiln at 560 degrees for 2 days, and then the temperature drops slowly. And when the temperature is good after a few days, we open the kiln to take the pieces out. There are some good ones, there are some bad ones. That's normal. That's how it is. I was 14 years old in my little village in Bio, and I would go and play. They were building a tiny glassworks there. I would go and play, and when I saw the ovens heating up, I really liked it. I got hired. I was 14 years old. I grew up at the BioT Glassworks. I learned my trade down there. Not that. I didn't take that. I learned how to make glass, stemmed glasses, carafes, and pitchers. I learned that, and I always tried when I had time to do something other than what I had been taught. And that lasted 20 years. One day, I left the BioT Glassworks. I made my first Glassworks. I made 50 in all.
All right, let's go back to the art. And there are other videos of him on YouTube as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know in my heart of hearts we are $10,000 underbid. This is magnificent. This is absolutely magnificent.
27.
I think my battery's a goner. I think I need a new battery. I'll play with this one. It is so three-dimensional. It is so beautiful.
28.
Oh, when he quoted the temperatures, of course, he was quoting in Celsius or centigrade. I mean, that's a Moreau painting right there.
29.
That is magnificent. I think that we've been carrying these for about 12 years, and I think this one has the most gold. You can see the gold leaf right there, how it's spread right in there.
Let it go under 5.
Oh, if you go to Europe, you're not going to find this for 9. Little one, yeah, this is big.
32.
About 12 and a half. You can see it. That is. Oh, this is the first one.
35.
I've discovered something. He's added a little flat side. If we could tilt the camera down. If we could tilt the camera down. He put a little flat side on this one so it doesn't roll. Get it? It has a little bit of a flat side.
You're still making me nervous.
So it doesn't roll. That's how you protect your stopper. I've never seen, this is a first. I have never seen that. I don't know if you can see it. There's a little flat side right there so it doesn't roll.
Last minute, guys.
And you know he did that on purpose.
Last one we had of this quality went for 80, so you're in a good spot. 41, that is spectacular.
Yeah, that's a 10.
Like I said, we're coming out with the big guns in the collection. 45.
Directly from Monte Carlo, Monaco. You know he was very successful because a 2-bedroom apartment in Monaco is $5 million. I can't even, but the view.
Paying for the view.
And if you ever want to see a whole new world, type in yachts in the harbor in Monte Carlo in race week on YouTube. Oh my goodness.
All right, last call. Yep, 47. This is the time to go to 5 and change the bid. $5,000. Now we're at 250 bids if you're interested.
And again, whoopsie. Yeah, me too. Go to my computer. Sounds like a lot, right? This one, 1 ounce. This is 1 ounce. Perfume vial. Does have a stopper. That center area holds about 1 ounce. All right, let's go back to the art. Funny, I have another 1.5 minute video. Nope. Okay. All right, and here we go. That's a home run. And again, never been shown at a gallery, never been at auction, coming direct. Look in the lower left on your screen. That's coming from Monaco. That's a museum piece.
I gotta move on.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Henri Matisse is widely regarded as the greatest colorist of the 20th century and a rival to Pablo Picasso in the importance of his innovations. He emerged as a post-impressionist and first achieved prominence as the leader of the French movement known as Fauvism. Matisse left for Paris in 1891. He failed the entrance exams at the École des Beaux-Arts, but unofficially joined the studio of the French symbolist painter Gustave Moreau in 1892. Moreau told his students, "Colors must be thought, dreamed, imagined." He continued to study with Moreau until 1898. Matisse spent the summer of 1905 working with André Turin to create a new style of pure color and bright light, known as Fauvism, after the critic Louis Vaucel described the arrangement of works at the Salon des Automnes of 1895, an important showcase for the new movement. Matisse was soon known as the Fauvist leader in the press, called the Chief Fauve by Louis Vaucel and other critics. The Fauvist movement, though short-lived, forged one of modern art's two directions. In 1905, Matisse met Pablo Picasso at the studio of Gertrude Stein. The two artists began a lifetime friendship and rivalry. Each artist represented a possible direction that modern art could take after the death of Paul Cézanne. While Picasso deconstructed objects into cubist planes, Matisse sought to construct an object's form through color. After major surgery in 1941, he was confined to a wheelchair. He turned to drawing and paper cutouts. The paper cutouts encouraged Matisse to simplify forms even further, distilling the object's essential character until it became a symbol of itself. On November 3rd, 1954, Matisse died of cancer. Scholars of the 1950s describe Matisse and Fauvism as the precursor to abstract expressionism and much of modern art. Several abstract expressionist forces trace their lineage to him.
Henri Matisse. Born December 31st, 1869, passed away in November of 1954. He had a long, beautiful life. He lived to be 84.
but he almost died of cancer in his 40s. He always said, I had two lives. I had two lives. He is still known today for his use of color, his very beautiful, fluid, original draftsmanship. And I love this line, and I use it every time. I didn't write it. Matisse is commonly regarded as one of the artists who helped to best define the revolutionary developments in the visual arts throughout the 20th century. And he alone is responsible for significant development in both painting and sculpture. I mean, we have to remember, he was born, well, New Year's Eve, but his first day was January 1st, 1870. So he was 30 years old when he was the leader of a group of younger men when he painted in a style known as Fauvism. The intense colors of the paintings he did between 1900 and 1905 first brought him notoriety and then fame. I think a lot of young musicians these days mistake the two. Les Fauves, the wild beasts of art. Younger artists like André Derain, Maurice Vlaminck, Raoul Dufy would be led by him. Many of his finest works were created in the decades after 1906. In 1917, he relocated to a suburb of Nice, Saint-Paul-de-Vence, on the French Riviera. And the new and relaxed style of his work during this time gained him critical acclaim as a true upholder of all the classical traditions of French painting. After his second cancer surgery in 1940, his ill health prevented him from standing at the easel. So he created a very important body of art in the medium of cut paper collage. So to sum up, his mastery of the truly separate languages of color and then drawing, displayed in a body of work spanning over 65 years, has won him true recognition as a leading figure of modern art. And I mean that because if you really look at the history, the century, the 20th century, it was Picasso and Matisse, and then everybody else. I mean, they owned a century. They owned a century. Now, anytime you have a signed lifetime Henri Matisse, buy it. I have a $100 bid. Now, if you are lucky enough to acquire this, I highly recommend reading this book, Henri Matisse and the Les Fauves. It will, I don't know, just bring his art to life, to understand the geopolitical contexts and the very birth of Fauvism and literally all modern art. When you really look at an artist's what's called a body of art, and then see how this can lead to this. It is that economy, that's Lydia Delektorskaya. Her middle name was Nikolaevna. When we see, now these are done in the 1930s. This one was done in 1949. It really is a master. Now what he would do is he would do anywhere from 12 to 130 drawings and throw them all away except for one. Look at this economy of line. This is one line. Here, 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 here. That line ends here. Her entire back defined in one line. From the nape of her neck down to her foot, that's one line. Do you know how hard that is to do? Not only is it genius, it's decades of hard work, not years. Let's go to the certificate. A nude woman, seen from the back. The lithograph is in black ink on wove paper after the original pen and ink drawing. Crayon drawing. The printing was executed under the supervision of the artist. because in 1949 he was in a wheelchair. He did not operate the printing press. It is a true first edition lifetime Henri Matisse from 1949. He would pass away 5 years later. Printed by Draeger Brothers in Paris and published in a limited edition by Thériault. Where have I heard the name Thériault before? Thériault published the Jazz Portfolio, the most important portfolio of prints of his entire life. And I don't know, is there a movie about her? But Lydia Delektorskaya was born in 1910 in the Russian Empire in a small town called Tomsk. When the Russian Revolution broke out, she was 8 years old. Her family fled. She was a Russian refugee, born in Siberia. The only child of a pediatrician. Now, here's where it gets rough. By the age of 12, she was an orphan. Her father died of typhus, her mother died of cholera. You do not want to die of cholera. I think that's one of the world's worst diseases. And she was brought up by her auntie. And like I said, when she was 8 years old, they fled from the Russian Revolution to go to Manchuria. Because she knew of her father, but didn't really know him. She remembered him. She said her whole life, I want to become a doctor, a doctor, a doctor. And then finally, when she did make it back to France, they never went back to Russia. They charge such high fees for out of state. They do that in Florida. I don't know. If you're from out of state, it's like 5 times more. Her aunt had died. She had no living family members. She ended up homeless and penniless in Nice, France. In Nice. Now, back then, they didn't have the internet. They had what is called a job board. A little kiosk, a little posting, a little billboard. Not billboard, a little, I don't know, thumbtack board. What is it? Bulletin board. And it said, housekeeper needed. She needed a place to stay and she needed food. And if you read the book, the very first day she showed up, she was so hungry. And she kept staring. Matisse was painting a little still life of a bowl of fruit. And he knew she was staring at that fruit. And he knew she was hungry. But he wanted to save her dignity. And he said, I really needed to finish the painting. I wanted her to let her eat the apples and bananas, but he goes, okay, you're hired. Come back at 7 a.m. We're going to have a big breakfast. I want everybody to be on their best. And so he made sausage and skillet fried ham. He goes, we had waffles, everything. We made everything. And I let her eat. And he goes, all right, I'm going to take a nap. I want you to take a nap too. And so she was so hungry and so tired and worn out. And she goes, I knew I was at home. It was 3 years before he even asked her to pose for him. Because the day she was hired, she was 25, he was 65. But then she became the studio manager. She became the principal model. I quote, eyewitness, great author Hilary Sperling. Eyewitness. She could have run an army. She had amazing capacity. She ran the studio, she organized the models, she dealt with all the art dealers, all the salespeople, the entire gallery, and everything worked like clockwork. 1939. Germany invades Poland. 1940. They're in Paris at the studio. It was called the Great Exodus. 1 million people fled the city. This is like straight out of the movie Casablanca. They're standing in the road. She looked at him and said, a decision has to be made here, whether or not you will take me with you. If I leave, you will never see me again. And he said, get in the car. She was his greatest model, manager, and companion. They didn't fall in love or anything. But I think she saved his career. The very last work of art of any type that Henri Matisse did on his sickbed, November 3rd, 1954, was a drawing of her using a ballpoint pen. $200 for a lifetime signed Henri Matisse. Do you know what these sell for? I am less than half the price of the frame. Less than half the price. A 1949 first edition. Printed in Paris. Does this feel like an art collector's paradise? On the frame now, that is going to be 19 by 23. 19 by 23. There's 24 right there. 23. The condition of the document is flawless. Condition of the document is flawless. 2 books I recommend. Start with Henri Matisse and the Fauves, or any Matisse book. He became a master of line, and then at the very end of his career, he became a master of color. I think the line, the quote is something, now that I have mastered the line, I must move on to color. And that would bring us to the jazz portfolio. Walk into any gallery in Paris. No, walk into any gallery in the world. Hello, I'm looking for a lifetime first edition Henri Matisse. I'd like it in a $400 frame, and I'll give you $200. It could happen. No, it's never going to happen. Oh, thank you for the bid. Now, when Henri Matisse was in his later years, he gave her 90 original paintings. He gave her hundreds of drawings. And do you know what she did with them? She gave them to the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Russia. They have one of the world's largest collections of Henri Matisse. It's true. She gave it away. That's noble. Okay, let's just say it out loud with me. Yes, I'm looking for a 1949 signed first edition Henri Matisse. And I'd like it to be of his studio manager and his favorite model, Lydia Delektorskaya. And I want it in a $400 frame, and I give you $325. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, go to my computer. I'm on the website of the Hermitage Museum in Russia, and their website is frozen. Nothing I can click on it. Nothing works. All right, let's go back to the art. I wanted to bring up all of the Matisses in the collection. If I close it, reopen it, go to hermitagemuseum.org. Now I'm just getting a white page. Well, if you have I don't know, it might be their website. Sometimes when a museum does upgrades or... It is blocked. Let me try this other website. Or this other link. Anyhow, the Henri Matisse Hermitage Museum collection. It's not working. It's one of the best in the world. They're quite proud of it. Nope, I'm blocked. Not blocked, it's just not going. Go to my computer. In a way, doesn't it? Well, it reminds me of the Musée d'Orsay in Paris because it's on a river. Yep, that's my kind of place. I want to go. Ah, it's great. That's not great. Come on, get to the Matisses. Ooh, the Anunnaki of Sumeria. He's holding a purse. Come on, get to the Matisse. Go back to the art because there's 90 of these images. Okay, now we're at the price of the frame. Now we're at the price of the frame. Yes, I'm looking for a lifetime first edition Henri Matisse. I want it to be in mint flawless condition, as if it had been stored for 80 years. Yes, and I want it in a $450 frame. Now, I won't pay you any money for the art, but I'll buy the frame. Such a lovely time. A lovely time to be an art collector. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Claude Monet was born the 14th of November 1840, passed away December 5th, 1926. This was created 25 in the world in 1924. Not just one of the most important French painters of all time, but he is the founder of Impressionism. Impressionism is the key precursor to all modern art. And during his long and illustrious career, he was the most consistent and prolific practitioner of Impressionism's philosophy, and that is to express one's perceptions before nature, especially as it is applied to en plein air, outdoor landscape painting. Even the name, even the term, the name of the movement, Impressionism, is actually taken from the title of one of his paintings, Impression Soleil Levant, the impression of a sunrise. It was exhibited in 1874 at the Exhibition of the Rejects that was initiated by Claude Monet and his associates to an alternative to the Paris Salon. He was raised in Le Havre, which is Normandy, which is North France. He became interested in, like a young boy, in the outdoors and then drawing at an early age. His mother, Louise Justine Monet, supported his ambitions for the boy to be a painter. His father, Claude, disapproved, wanted to pursue a career, a family business. You take the family business. He was very close to his mother. She died in 1857 when he was 16. So the father sent him to live with a childless, widowed, but wealthy aunt. And it turned out to be a great blessing because she could afford to have him trained under one of the great academic history painters, Charles Glare. And in that studio, the Académie Suisse, he met Auguste Renoir. When they were fresh out of high school, Renoir and Claude Monet became friends at art school. He then developed this ambition to document the French countryside. It led to a method of painting the same scene over and over many times to capture the changing of light, the passing of the seasons. Why? Because of the invention of the camera. With the invention of the camera and its photographic precision, it was the artist who said, well, we live in this age of machines, a sailing ship with no sails, a steamship, and a horseless carriage. What? A carriage with no horses? An automobile. We lived in the time of hot air balloons. We could see the city like a bird. We could soar through the sky. We could talk to London immediately through a telegraph. These are incredible times. And we lived in the age of machines. La Belle Époque, the beautiful era. And the camera, at first, was seen as a mechanical curiosity, but it was the artist who said, we have to get back to the beginning. An artist must share what it means to be alive. To be alive there's actually a website dedicated to this. Go to my computer. They follow Claude Monet in Antibes. Today I'm taking you to Antibes to follow in the footsteps of Claude Monet. This is where he made the image. He did a whole series. And then we have all the comments. But let's go back to the art because there's more to it. It's just nice to know the view. In 1880, the late 1880s, Claude Monet traveled from Paris. He visited the Netherlands, then he went to Italy, then he went to Normandy, then he went to Brittany, Breton, and then the French Riviera. So in January of 1888, he left Paris by train and stopped in a couple of seaside resorts. He went to Cassis, he went to the Cape, and then he went to the proper town of Antibes. And this is where Picasso lived after the war. Now, on the advice of his good friend, the great author Guy de Maupassant, he found a hotel room that was very, very friendly to artists. But Monet was like me, he was a cranky old coot. He didn't feel at ease because these artists kept talking to him. And he said, I find this hotel a bit annoying. So he started to go out in the surroundings where people didn't know who he was. And he ended up in Monaco, Monte Carlo. But he said, I have chosen to paint the Mediterranean, both the landscape and the seascapes, to follow in the footsteps of Cézanne, Renoir, Frederic Bazille, and most importantly, Edouard Manet. There are so many paintings. There's an entire series of these. But he wrote a very famous letter to Auguste Rodin, the man who did The Kiss, the man who did The Thinker. He said, I have to confide in my wonder. I have a certain fatigue. He wrote to Rodin, I am tired. I have worked without interruption all day. It's certainly beautiful here, but painting is so difficult. I know exactly what I want to do, but I can't do it yet. The colors, the pink and the blue, are so pure and vibrant that the slightest misplaced line, it seems like a stain or dirt. Either way, I work hard. And with this pace, I'm sure to succeed. I have 14 paintings in progress, and you will see how passionate I am. And I only know of one example for this for sale. Oh, by the way, the towers in the background, do you know what that is? Go to my computer. Oops, sorry. It's the Grimaldi Palace. You know what the Grimaldi Palace became? The Picasso Museum in Antibes. Hope it comes up. Yes. It's not coming up right. There we go. Waiting for the photographs. Let's go back to the art. The image in the background. Okay. At the end of World War II, Paris was a very rough place. There were food shortages. There were no jobs. It was bombed. It was depressing. The only shining bright light at the end of World War II in Paris was American jazz. And the expats, the expatriated soldiers who could live on cheap rent, and they had money, and they brought jazz. But Picasso said, I want to go down to the French Riviera. So he ended up in Antibes. And he traveled. Provence, Arles, Malherbe, Juan Lépine, Valeris, Cannes, Mugan, and he ended up in Antibes. And he was sitting in a restaurant one day, and the curator of the Grimaldi Palace Museum said to him, I know who you are, Picasso. It's okay. I'm the curator of the museum here in town. And he goes, how do you like Antibes? He goes, well, all of the apartments are too small. He goes, I need something big. Here, and I can prove it. Go to my computer. I came across it just 1,000,000 to 1. And if we could, yeah, there it is right there. I'm going to enlarge it. It's going to jump around. The war was over in 1945. At the time, the museum was an ancient castle, home of the former hold of the Grimaldi family facing the Mediterranean, and it belonged to the town council. The curator said, you can use part of it as your studio. He said, I'm not only going to paint, I'll paint the museum too. That's the tower. These are the towers in the engraving that Claude Monet did. Let's go back to the art. Now, I only know one from the regular edition. Let me see if I can find it. Go to my computer. This one is from the regular edition. You can see the color is different. The lines in the sky are different. That is from what I'm offering you here. This is on eBay. It's on right now. But I'm offering you a early printing, an early printing. You can tell by the condition of the plate. Let's go to the certificate. The view of the town of Antibes on the French Riviera. It is the original etching printed in a brown ink. I've heard it pronounced sepia and sepia. It's brown ink. On a watermarked arches laid paper, hand pulled from the copper plate. Executed by Lauzet of Paris in 1891. Extremely rare first date, first printing. Go to my computer. The regular edition is 5,000. I'm offering you the first printing. Let's go back to the certificate. I'm offering you the true, extremely rare first printing. Lifetime first edition Claude Monet, published in a very small experimental edition by Leconf in 1892. Another example of the rare portfolio containing the present work was added to the collection of the British Museum in London between 1881 and 1900. The portfolio is referenced, and it is part of the 1903 catalog. It's the only one you'll see in your life. And I have a $350 bid. Go back to my computer. $5,000. Bid the 25 bucks. I will sell it today. I will sell it today. On the frame now. See, what makes it so valuable is Claude Monet was a painter. Lifetime copper plate engravings are extremely rare. It's going to be 19 by 17, 19 by 17. Look at the condition of the document. Flawless, flawless, flawless. The Twin Towers are the Picasso Museum in Antibes. Formerly the Grimaldi. Yeah. You can go in there. That's the Picasso Museum. That's the old Grimaldi Fortress Palace. Unbelievably underbid. It is lifetime first edition. Ay, 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 ay. Go to my computer. Huh. I don't know if you should bid $50. I don't know. Maybe bid $100. It's free. I'm at the price of the frame. Your bid, your call. All right, let's give it a final clock. I don't know what to do on this show anymore. Show them a lifetime, extremely rare, lifetime Claude Monet. Wow. Go to my computer. And there's the towers. And let's go to my computer, and there's the towers. In 1966, it officially became the Picasso Museum. I want to go, I want to go. Yeah, there it is. Oopsie. I want to go, I want to go. Yeah, that's the same thing in the engraving, the etching. Let's go back to the art. Super duper. All right, we will pay you to buy this. This is, now folks, as you know, at 12:30, we're not putting up $400, $500 works of art. There is a tradition that you save the very best for last. Now, this is a lifetime tiny edition by Claude Monet. It literally is the only time you'll see this in your life. If you want a home run, I can't think of anything easier. Yes, I'd like an extremely early Claude Monet original etching. Now, not in the black ink, in the rare, rare, rare brown ink. Now, I want it to be printed before the standard edition. Maybe a handful in the world. Go to my computer. Are you sure? 5,000. All right, let's go back to the art. And again, let's go to the certificate. I'm going to wrap it up. We have two major works of art coming up. Under edition, extremely rare first date, first printing. Extremely rare, first date, first printing. Original Claude Monet etching. Original. Go to my computer. There is a website called Scene from the Balcony. That's where he was. All right, let's go back to the art. I can't believe a $50 bid could win this. I really am shocked. There has to be someone out there. Yes, I can feel you kicking the TV. Throw the hammer, Ray, throw the hammer. Come on, come on, come on, give me a lucky break. Come on, I want this. Oh, with two paintings recently selling for in the $100 million club, go to my computer. Claude Monet is now ranked 7 in the world. Yeah, that went up. Let's go back to the art. Sorry, I don't know how to do this very well. All right, my friends, I don't know what to say anymore. All right, last look at my computer. It's on eBay right now. It's the only other, I can't find another one. The only other one I can find is at the British Museum. $5,000. All right, we're going to wrap it up in 1 minute. Lucky bidder you. Flawless. Mint. Free money, but I don't know what to tell people. Go back to the cert. No, it's not fake. This is really happening. The original, an original Claude Monet. Original. Extremely rare. First date, guaranteed first printing. Printed in Paris, 1892. What more? 1892. $50 years old when this was printed, really at the height of its power. Oh, guys, this is coming out of Paris, the Orban Huchette estate. We don't have another one. You're never going to see another one. All right, wow. This is, all right, we're running very low on time. You know, and I don't mean this facetiously, but it doesn't matter what you bid. You're so far you're so far ahead of the game on one of the rarest treasures we've had come out of Paris, and this is from Paris. Never been on TV. It's never been in a gallery till now. It's at auction at a no minimum bid auction house, live TV for you. I know I'm going to get late bids on this. That clock is up. All right, and here we go. I've got 8.5 now going once. I've got 8.5 now going twice. All right, final minute. But we are late. We are behind. We are behind. Give it away. Just free money. That's, my goodness. All right, let's go back to the cert. This is guaranteed authentic. Extremely rare. First state. First printing. Very small experimental edition. Paris, 1892. This is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. He's 52 years old, long before his cataract set in. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. The only other one I can find is in the British Museum. And we're doing $50 bids. You gotta love this show. You gotta love this show. All right, we must bid it out. We must. We go back to the art. Thank you. Tony's getting so fussy, he just grabbed the cert. That's it. I've had enough. So I take it that means we don't have time for the Derber. Okie dokie. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Basquiat was born in Park Slope, Brooklyn on December 22nd, 1960. His father was an accountant, originally from Haiti. He loved jazz and tennis. And Basquiat's mother was from Puerto Rico. Now, she was very exotic. She was very cultivated. She spoke French and Spanish and English and made it a point to take her boy to theaters and museums. And by the time he was 4, his mother says he was drawing every day. But in Brooklyn, he ran out in front of a car, and a car hit him, and he had to have an operation. His spleen was removed. So when he was hospitalized, his mother gave him a copy of Gray's Anatomy. And you're going to see that he will make visual references to that book, as well as the accident, kind of for the rest of his life. At 15, he ran away from home, and he actually lived in Washington Square Park. That's when he discovered drugs. But to support himself, he would paint T-shirts.
I saw one of them on the internet, $100,000. And he would make handmade postcards on West Broadway. He made friends with all of the young artists out there like Keith Haring and Kenny Scharf. And the three became part of this graffiti movement that thrived on the Lower East Side, the East Village, in the late 70s. And he said it was very energizing. But his graffiti stood out. It was witty, it was poetic, same-o. It almost became copyrighted. It was all over Soho, all over Tribeca, and everybody loved same-o. He said, it's a tool for mocking bogusness, if you remember the 80s. He became an underground celebrity. Nobody could ignore him. He wore a green trench coat. He had a blonde mohawk. His feet were bare. He loved bare feet. He was smart. He was funny. He was charming. He had phenomenal energy. But drugs began making him, sometimes when you talk to him, he'd be very euphoric, sometimes paranoid. But his first big break came in 1981. He found 15 pieces of lumber and foam rubber. And he began just making these drawings of cars and cartoon characters and kind of smeared. It was almost like violent. One viewer said it was frenetic, but they sold immediately. And the demand for a Basquiat original began. Everybody wanted to buy one. He said they were selling faster than he can paint them. Now, you have to remember, 1981, he's selling these for $5,000 to $10,000 each. And he said, I began living my paintings. I slept on them. I walked over them. I ate on them. I put phone numbers on them. Collectors would come to his studio. Now he could afford a studio. And he said he became a commodity. It was almost like, come and watch this artist perform. But in March of 1982, he had a sold-out show that just had so much attention. Everything sold out at such high prices that it was on the news. And that attracted the attention of one of the most famous Manhattan art dealers, Larry Gagosian, the very first of a series of powerful art dealers that would wheel and deal for him. One of his most famous clients, Larry Gagosian's famous clients, was David Geffen. And he knew he could make a lot of money on flipping these paintings. At the same time, Basquiat was so inspired. His output was phenomenal. He kept painting and kept painting. Sometimes he would do 8 paintings in 1 week. And then the dealers began to pressure him. And with that kind of pressure, he would sometimes just fly into a rage and just slash up his canvases and not deliver them. In any event, Larry Gagosian arranged for him to have a show in L.A. in April of 1982. Every painting sold in a matter of minutes. They came in and said, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. The show was sold out. By November, he was back in New York at the Fun Gallery of New York. He said, I look back and those were the best paintings I ever did. They had a rough energy. They had a nasty edge. There were portraits of my heroes, Charlie Parker, Jackie Robinson, St. Joe Louis, surrounded by snakes. And in other paintings, he said, you know, boys never become men. I had to paint my skeletons and my skulls, and I became obsessed with deconstructing my images and the languages of my fragmented world. He said, I had to hide my best paintings so they wouldn't sell them. And you know something? They were found in a warehouse after he died in Washington Heights. But I think the heart of his story becomes his collaboration with Andy Warhol. And that was orchestrated by one of the greatest art dealers of all time, Bruno Bischofberger. He is the quintessential art dealer of the 80s. He handled Basquiat's work worldwide. He would buy everything he made in bulk. He organized a show for Basquiat in Tokyo, in Paris, then Madrid. And today, Bruno Bischofberger owns the best collection of Basquiat. It was Bischofberger that persuaded Andy Warhol to work with Basquiat. Warhol was inspired by Basquiat's energy in his youth. Basquiat idolized Andy Warhol. And I think the two of them together really embodied not just contemporary art, but contemporary culture. And he said, I began to need and really want Andy Warhol's approval. They became inseparable. They would work together. They'd go to all the parties together. Andy Warhol never took drugs. He said, but I'm appalled and at the same time fascinated by Basquiat's excesses. The big day. They had a show together at Tony Shafrazi's gallery in September of 1985. It was a glittering media event. It was a wild, noisy party afterward at the Palladium, and it hit all the news. I think that was really one of the biggest days. You know something? I really look back and I look at Basquiat's art as the true depiction of the glitzy 1980s art world. It's his art is just sharply etched. It's deadly accurate. I mean, imagination, intelligence, everything that was in the 80s is in these works of art. Basquiat himself always maintained that all he wanted was to be famous. He got his wish, of course, but that dream, because of the excesses, turned into a nightmare.
To the certificate, and there's something very important about this work of art, is that it is lifetime. The title is Olympic. The lithograph is printed in colors on a wove paper, published by Galerie Bruno Bischofberger in Zurich. In what year? 1985. He would pass 3 years later. Well, he didn't, at 27, he didn't make it to his 28th birthday. This is lifetime, lifetime, lifetime. I cannot emphasize that enough. It is a lifetime work of art. On the frame now, that's going to be 25 by 22. Beautiful custom black lacquer gloss. The frame is perfect for the work of art. I wouldn't change it. But I want to repeat again, this is lifetime. Why is that so important? Go to my computer. This is Smithsonian Magazine. There is Jean-Michel Basquiat, Brooke Bartlett, and Bruno Bischofberger. We go to the home. That is Bruno by Andy Warhol. This is what it looks like, a masterpiece of brutalism in architecture. But let's go to the history right here. This is where it gets big. Bear with me. Anybody can look this up. In 1966, he meets Andy Warhol for the first time. He begins representing Jean-Michel Basquiat right here. In May of 1982, he hears that Basquiat has left Anina Nosse's gallery. She only had him for 4 or 5 months. He says, the reason I left is that after several warnings, she was selling paintings, they're not finished. Bischofberger becomes his exclusive worldwide art dealer, an agreement that lasts until the day he dies. Now, you see this one? Similar, right? It was published 30 years after he died. It was published 30 years after. This is published by the estate. This is published by the artist's estate. It is not a lifetime. This one right here. $48,000. He was not alive. I'm offering you lifetime. This one right here. $77,000. It sold in November. It sold. It is not lifetime. It is not from his lifetime. This one right here, that's lifetime. But that's a poster. That's a poster. That was not printed by Bruno Bischofberger. This one right here, $39,500. Are you ready? Published by the artist's sisters and the administrator of the estate. Printed in 2019. He died in 1988. He died in 1988. I'm offering you lifetime. How much is this? How much is this one? $52,000. When was it printed? When was it printed? In August of 2023. I am offering you a lifetime first edition. I am offering you a lifetime first edition. I am offering you a lifetime first edition. Lifetime first edition. That's sold. That's $48,000. That's $48,000. Why? Why is it so high? Dated on the back, August of 2023. For 20 years we've been doing this show. Andy Warhol has been rated number 5 in the world. He is now rated number 6. His pupil, his student, Basquiat, is now rated number 4. The pupil has surpassed the master. What is happening with my computer? The pupil is now surpassed the master. What is happening? Let's go back to the art. I'm looking for $39,000. And that's not a joke. That's real life. It is lifetime. It is lifetime. Let's go back to the certificate. Jean-Michel Basquiat passed away in 1988. This was published by the art dealer that had the contract till the day he died in 1988. Now he is being published by his sister. 2 sisters. Are they valuable? Yes. Why? They have the contract. Why is his art so important? Why are posthumous editions $30,000, $50,000, $77,000? Because he is the bridge between Andy Warhol pop art and the world's #1 global art movement, street art, urban art, graffiti art. Go to my computer, like it or not. This is the art of our day. This is the art of the world. Andy Warhol laid the foundation by being the creator of pop art, a reflection of American popular culture. Basquiat was an urban graffiti artist who makes the bridge into the future. That's why his prints can be $1 million. It has been embraced by, I don't know, Valentino, Nike, Adidas, Netflix. It's global. This is a global art movement. What, Don Julio, even tequila. Like it or not. See, when Impressionism first came out, Adidas, Impressionism was originally an insult. A lot of people did not like Impressionism. Well, this is the art of our day. Like it or not, this is the art of our day. Oh, there's Mr. Doodle. We had him on the show. Not anymore. He's not coming back. He went global. Global. Yeah, Mr. Brainwash, guys, we have these lifetime Basquiats. Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer. Bishop Burger becomes Basquiat's worldwide exclusive art dealer, an agreement that lasts until his untimely death. He overdosed on heroin in Manhattan. See this one right here? He was not alive. It was printed 35 years later. How much is it? 35 years after he died. This is $48,000. This sold for $77,000. He wasn't alive. He was alive when this is a poster. $39,000. I've got a $2,000 bid on a lifetime first edition. When was it printed? Oh, okay. Oh, well, who are they? The Artist Sisters. So yes, these are authentic. These are fine. But when was it printed? He died in 1988. He died in 1988. Huh. You sure you don't want to bid $100? When was that printed? When was that printed? Oh, in 2023. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's our final clock of the entire show.
Our record's 17,000 from one from this portfolio.
Let's go to the certificate.
25.
He died in 1988. It is guaranteed lifetime forever. It is guaranteed a lifetime first edition. Guaranteed a lifetime first edition. You have margin. About to hit a home run. It is guaranteed a lifetime first edition. We approach the final minute. This will sell tonight, or technically this morning. Condition of the document is flawless. Why do I like it? I used to sell grit. And there's the Samo crown. That would be Super Samo. There's Walt Disney. La Cucaracha, great song. We approach the final minute. $100 bid could win it. $39,000 for a work of art published 35 years after he died. I'm offering you one of the few that you'll ever see in your lifetime under $20,000. Lifetime first edition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. On behalf of everyone here at the Fine Art Auction, thank you. Thank you for watching. Whether you bid on a Basquiat or anything, I'm grateful. We all are. You know why? I think that by looking at art, being around art, just enjoying art, it brings out your higher self. I think that's what the world needs right now. Wouldn't hurt. Feeling blue? Go to a museum, an art museum. I always walk out feeling great. You want to feel even better? Plant a tree and get some kids to help you. Years will go by and you'll go, hey, remember when we planted that tree? It was Well, we broadcast every Friday, Sunday, and Monday, but that may change. Again, I'm glad you're here. I'll see you soon. I'll see you at the auction.